Hi everyone, I'm Delba and I work as a developer advocate at Vercel. If you are new to React and Next.js, you may have wondered how you can get started learning these tools. So in this session, we're going to discuss some basic React and Next.js concepts by building a simple example step by step. We're going to show you how we can go from JavaScript to React to Next.js, and along the way, we'll also be covering how we traditionally use JavaScript to build interactive websites and how React makes this process easier, the essential JavaScript skills we need for React, and the React and Next.js concepts we should learn first to help us get started. But before we jump in, let's clarify what React and Next.js are. React is a JavaScript library that makes it easier to build user interfaces. By user interface, we mean the elements that our users see and interact with on the screen. React was released in 2013 by Facebook, and over the years it has become the most popular library for front-end development. Next.js is a React framework that helps us build production-ready applications. By production-ready, we mean applications that are built for real-world use and traffic. Next is also referred to as a framework because it builds on top of React and provides the essential configuration and boilerplate for building React applications. To fully appreciate how React and Next.js work, it will be helpful for us to have a basic understanding of how browsers interpret our code to create the user interfaces that we interact with. When a user visits a web page, the server returns a HTML file to the browser that could look like this. The browser reads the HTML and constructs the DOM, or Document Object Model. The DOM is a representation of the elements of the page and has a tree-like structure with parent and child relationships. The DOM acts as a bridge between our code and the user interface. The DOM is what allows us to use programming languages to manipulate the elements on our page. We can use JavaScript and DOM API methods to select, update, add, and delete elements in our user interface. Let's see how we can do this. Here in our example, we have a plain HTML file with an empty div element. Let's add a h1 title inside the div element using JavaScript and the DOM. Let's give the div a unique ID so that we can reference it later. And we can add JavaScript inside a HTML file by using the script tag. And now we can use a DOM method inside the script tag to grab the div element by its ID. Then we can create a new h1 element using another method, createElement, and create a new text node for the content. Right now, our text node is floating around in space, so we need to attach it to the h1 element. And finally, let's also attach the header element and its content to the div element. If we look at the DOM elements inside our browser developer tools, the DOM of this page is now different from the original HTML file. This is because the HTML represents the initial page content, whereas the DOM represents the updated page content, which we just changed with JavaScript. Manipulating the DOM with plain JavaScript is very powerful, but definitely a bit verbose. We've written all this code just to add a h1 element with some text. As the size of our team grows, and our apps do too, it can become increasingly challenging to build applications by manipulating the DOM this way. We spend a lot of time telling a computer how it should do things, but wouldn't it be nicer to simply describe what we want and let the computer figure out how to do it? And this is what declarative libraries like React aim to do. We declare what we want to show, a h1 element with some text, and React will figure out the steps of how to update the DOM for us. So let's add React to our project. We're going to load two React scripts from an external website called unpackage.com. Instead of manipulating the DOM ourselves with plain JavaScript, we can use the React DOM.render method to tell React to render our h1 title inside our app element. If we try running this code in the browser, we will get a syntax error. Now, this is because the code is not valid JavaScript. This block of code is actually JSX, or JavaScript extension. JSX allows us to describe our UI in a familiar HTML-like syntax. But browsers don't understand JSX out of the box, so we need a compiler like Babel to transform our JSX code into regular JavaScript. Let's add Babel to our project. And we also need to inform Babel what code to transform by changing the script type to text/JSX. So we've just achieved the same thing, but with React. I hope you can start to see that by using React, we can cut a lot of the repetitive code. And this is exactly what React does. It's a library that contains reusable snippets of code that can perform tasks on our behalf. And in this case, it's updating the DOM. There are 3 core concepts of React that you will need to be familiar with to start building React applications. These are components, props, and state. Let's start with components. User interfaces can be broken down into smaller building blocks called components. Components essentially allows us to build self-contained, reusable snippets of code. If you think of components as Lego bricks, we can take these bricks and combine them together to form larger structures. If we need to update a piece of the UI, we can update the specific component or brick, and this modularity allows our code to be more maintainable as it grows, because we can then easily add, update, and delete components without touching the rest of our user interface. Now, the nice thing about components is that they are just JavaScript. Let's see how we can write a React component from a JavaScript perspective. In React, components are functions. A component is essentially a function that returns UI elements. So inside the return statement, we can write JSX. To render this component to the DOM, we can pass it in as the first argument in the React DOM render method. But wait a second. To get this to work, there are 2 things we have to do. First, React components should be capitalized to distinguish them from plain HTML in JavaScript. Second, we use these React components the same way we will use regular HTML elements. Our applications usually include more content than a single header, and we can keep nesting React components inside each other, just like we would regular HTML elements. We're going to create a new component called homepage, and then we'll place the header component inside the new homepage component. We can keep nesting React components this way to form component trees. This modular format allows us to reuse components in different places inside our application. In our example, since homepage is now our top-level component, we'll pass it to the React DOM render method. And then so far, if we were to reuse our header component, it will display the same content both times. But what if we want to pass different text or we don't know the information ahead of time because we're fetching data from an external source? Regular HTML elements have attributes that you can use to pass pieces of information that change the behavior of those elements. For example, changing the source attribute of an image element changes the image that is shown. Changing the href attribute of an anchor tag changes the destination link. In the same fashion, we can pass pieces of information as properties to our React components, and these are called props. We can design components that accept custom props that change their behavior. And we can pass down these props from parent components to child components. Here in our homepage component, we can pass a custom prop to header, just like we would pass HTML attributes. And the child component can accept those props as the first function parameter. If we console log props, we can see that it's an object with a title property. Now, since props is an object, we can use object destructuring to explicitly name the values of the props inside our function parameters. Let's replace the content of the h1 tag with our title variable. Oh no, it's printing the actual word title. That's because React thinks we're intending to render a plain text string to the DOM. And we need a way to denote to React that this is actually a JavaScript variable. So to actually use the variable we just defined, we can use curly braces, a special JSX syntax that allows us to write regular JavaScript directly inside our JSX markup. We can think of curly braces as a way to enter JavaScript land while we are in JSX land. And we can add any JavaScript expression, that is, something that evaluates to a single value, inside our curly braces. For example, as we just discussed, an object property with dot notation, a template literal, the returned value of a function, and ternary operators. We can now pass any string to our title property. And since we accounted for the default case in our component with the ternary operator, we could even not pass a title prop at all. Our component now accepts a generic title prop, and we can reuse it across different parts of our application. All we need to do is change the title. Our conference website is coming along nicely, but a conference website wouldn't be very interesting without any speakers. So let's add a few. It's very common for us to have a collection of data that we need to show as a list, and a great tool for the job is the array.map method. Then we can use an arrow function to map a speaker to a list. Now notice how we're using curly braces to weave in and out of JavaScript and JSX land. When we run this code, React will give us a warning about a missing key prop. This is because React needs something to uniquely identify the items in an array, so it knows which elements to update in the DOM. We can use our speakers' names for now since they are currently unique, but it's best practice to use something that is guaranteed to be unique, like an ID. Stephen, Lee, and Steph? Whoa, this is one exciting lineup. Is there any way we can show our excitement? Maybe with a like button? Let's explore how React helps us manage interactivity with state and event handlers. As an example, let's create a like button for our conference website. To make the button actually do something when clicked, we can make use of the onClick event. In React, event names are camel-cased, and the onClick event is one of the many possible events we can use to respond to user interaction. For example, we can use onChange for input fields or onSubmit for forms. We can define a function to handle the click event whenever it's triggered. And then we can call the handleClick function when the onClick event is triggered. React has a set of functions called hooks. Hooks allows us to add additional logic such as state to our components. We can think of state as any information in our UI that changes over time, usually triggered by user interaction. For our example, we can use state to store and increment the number of times a user has clicked our like button. In fact, that's what the React hook to manage state is called, useState. useState returns an array, and we can access and use those array values in our component using array destructuring. The first item in the array is the state value, which we can name anything. Let's name ours something descriptive. The second item in the array is a function to update the state value. We can name the updater function anything, but it's common to prefix it with set followed by the name of the state variable we're updating. We can also take the opportunity to add the initial value of our state, 0. And we can check the initial state is working by using the state variable. Finally, we can glue our state updater function to the onClick event handler we previously defined. Clicking our like button will now call our handleClick function, which calls our setLikeStateUpdater function with a single argument of the current number of likes plus 1. To summarize, I hope that you can see that React is just JavaScript. If you want to get started with React, these are the JavaScript essentials it would help to get familiar with. Functions and arrow functions, useful for components and event handlers. Objects, arrays, and array methods, useful for props, state, and rendering lists. Destructuring and the spread operator. Template literals, ternary operators, and ES modules with import and export syntax. We've also talked about 3 essential React concepts: components, props, and state. Having a strong foundation in these will help you get started building React applications. Once you do feel more confident, then also check out these other React features. Other React hooks, such as useEffect, how to make your own custom hook, context, the virtual DOM, and how React handles re-rendering. You can gradually adopt React by using what you've learned so far to add small components to existing websites. However, many developers have found that the user and developer experience React enables valuable enough to just dive right in and write their whole front-end project in React. While React excels at building UI, it does take some work to independently build that UI into a fully functioning, scalable application. The good news is that Next.js handles much of the setup and configuration for us, and has all the features needed to scale our project to bigger teams and millions of users. In the next section, we will transition from React to Next.js and discuss some Next.js core concepts to help you get started building applications. We previously explored how to get started with React. Now we will discuss how we can get started with Next.js. In this section, we will cover how we can go from a React application to Next.js, pages, routing, and navigation, pre-rendering and data fetching, and styling applications. But before diving into the Next.js features we just mentioned, let's see how we can move from a simple React application to Next.js. So going back to our React example, let's see how we can migrate this simple example to Next.js. First, we don't need to load the React and React DOM scripts from unpackaged.com anymore. Instead, we will install them locally using Node Package Manager or npm. To do so, let's create a new file called package.json with an empty object. In our terminal, let's run npm install react, react DOM, and next. Now jumping back to the index.html file, we can delete the HTML and body tags because Next will create those for us. We can also delete the code that interacts with the app element and the react DOM.render method because Next will manage those for us too. We also don't need to worry about Babel because Next will set up and configure a compiler that transforms our JSX code to valid JavaScript that the browsers can understand. Finally, we can see that the only code left inside the file is JSX, so we can change our file type to .js or JSX and delete the outer script tag. There are 3 more things we need to do to fully transition to a Next.js application. First, let's move the index file to a new directory called pages, and more on this later. We also need to add the default export to our main React component to help Next.js distinguish which component to render as the main component of this page. And finally, let's add a script to our package.json file to run the Next.js development server while we develop. We can now view our app by running npm run dev inside our terminal and navigating to localhost 3000 in our browser. So let's confirm everything works. And yes, did you notice that once we saved the change in our file, the browser automatically updated to reflect the change? That's a cool feature. It's called Fast Refresh. It gives us instantaneous feedback on any edits we make and comes pre-configured with Next.js. So to recap, our code went from this to this. On the surface, this is a small reduction in the lines of code, but it does help highlight something. React is a library that provides essential primitives for building modern interactive UI, but there's still some work involved to combine the UI we create into a production-ready application. Next.js gives us the best developer experience with all the features we need to go to production, or with little to no configuration. This allows us to focus on the features that make our products unique. And looking at our migration here, we're already getting a sense of the benefits of using Next. We've removed the Babel script, a taste of the complex tooling and configuration we no longer have to think about, and we also saw Fast Refresh in action, just one of the many developer experience improvements we can expect. So in the next sections, we will discuss some of Next.js features, optimizations, and conventions that can prepare us for production. Going back to our example, you will notice that the homepage of our application is located inside the Pages folder. This is intentional because, just like the name implies, each file inside the Pages directory is considered a page or a route of our application. This file system-based routing supports more advanced features like subfolders and dynamic routes, where we can create a single file to render any number of routes for pages like blog posts or products. So let's create a schedule page for our conference application. And we'll add a title to help our users know which page they are currently browsing. If you remember, we've already created a header component in our homepage. There is nothing wrong with copying and pasting this code, but if we find ourselves reusing a component in a few different places, it might be worth moving it into a separate file. It would be quite useful if there was a way to import it into the schedule.js file so that we could reuse our code. For this, we can take advantage of ES modules. Modules allows us to split code into separate files and import them when needed. And modules go hand in hand with React's component-based model. We can create a new header.js file and move our header component into it. And then we can export it so that we can use it later. Now, there is one issue here we might not realize. Since we created the header.js file inside the pages folder of our application, it's considered a route of our website. This is definitely not our intention because header is a component and not a page. It's common to move React components that are shared across a project into a folder called components. One other convention is to capitalize the file names to signify that they contain React components. We can now import the header component into our home page and our schedule page. And let's add some navigation between our two pages with HTML anchor tags. Our header component is a great place to add our navigation because it's used on both pages. Now pay attention to what happens when we click the link. Did you notice that the page completely reloaded when we switched? There is an opportunity to improve the user experience here. Next.js provides a link component that builds on top of a regular anchor element. This component enables client-side transitions, giving a smoother client-side navigation experience without the page reload. Link components in our user's viewport will also prefetch the page information in the background for faster loads. Let's see how we can use the link component. We can import the link component from next/link. Then we can wrap the anchor with the link component and move the href attribute to the link. In addition to the link component, Next also provides a few other helpful components that also build on top of regular HTML elements and add additional features and optimizations. These enhanced HTML components include the link component we just discussed, the image component, which lazy loads images outside the viewport, avoids content shifting around as they load, and serves the image in an optimized size and format. The script component, which provides a flexible loading priority for third-party scripts, and the head component, which allows us to make changes to a page's head metadata from anywhere within our app, including deeply nested components. Now, it's important to note that these components are enhancements, and they don't break the original functionality of the HTML elements they are built on. There is an unavoidable unit of work to convert the JSX code we write into the HTML representation of our UI. This process is called rendering. When and where rendering happens determines the type of rendering method. So let's go over the available options we have with Next.js. Let's start with client-side rendering. In a simple React application, the browser receives an empty HTML shell along with the JavaScript instructions to construct the UI. This is called client-side rendering because the initial rendering work happens on the user's device. In contrast, Next pre-renders every page by default. Pre-rendering means the HTML is generated in advance on a server, instead of having it all done by JavaScript on the user's device. In practice, this means that for a client-side rendered app, the user will see a blank page while the rendering work is being done, compared to a pre-rendered app where the user will see the constructed UI. Because of this and other implications such as SEO and social media sharing, it's generally recommended that you use pre-rendering unless you have a specific use case for using client-side rendering. So let's look at the Next.js pre-rendering methods. With server-side rendering, the HTML of the page is pre-rendered on the server for each request, before being sent to the client. With static site generation, the work is done once, at build time, when the application is deployed. The HTML is stored and reused for each request. Pre-rendering allows us to place a content delivery network, or CDN, between the server and the client. CDNs store the static result of the pre-rendered work in multiple locations around the world. This makes CDNs fast because they are situated closer to our users. Traditionally, CDNs could only store static content such as HTML and image files. However, more recently, a new class of CDNs can also do some computational work. This means some of the rendering work can be done closer to our users. Previously, choosing which rendering method we used was largely dependent on whether our content was dynamic or static. But with edge rendering, we can get dynamic content at the speed of static. And the beauty of Next.js is that we can choose the most appropriate rendering method depending on our use case and on a page-by-page basis. Whether that's static site generation, server-side rendering, edge rendering, or even client-side rendering. So for our example, we will use static site generation to fetch data from an API. We began by listing our speakers as an inline array. However, the list of our conference speakers and their details is actually found on an external API. To statically generate a page even though it's fetching external data, we can export an async function called getStaticProps. To help us understand how things work, let's first move our speakers array into getStaticProps and return it as a prop. Now, the props object, including our speakers array, is passed down to the page component. And we can now access our speakers array by destructuring the props object. Instead of an inline array, let's actually fetch our data from an external API. Next, we'll now fetch the data once at build time and generate the HTML of the page. If our data frequently changed, or if we had large number of pages, we can use incremental static regeneration, or ISR, which allows us to create and update static pages without needing to rebuild the entire application. ISR can be enabled through the revalidate property in getStaticProps. So in this case, Next.js will regenerate the page in the background at the most once every 5 minutes. But since our list of speakers won't change very often, we will remove the revalidated option. There are other ways to fetch data in Next.js, including getServerSideProps, allowing us to fetch data on the server at request time, API routes, a simple solution to building our API endpoints with Next.js, and client-side data fetching, using a data fetching library such as useSWR. And of course, edge functions, allowing you to run JavaScript at the edge before a request is processed. So the design of our conference app is looking very bland. Let's spice things up a bit by adding some styling to the title of our header component. First, let's create a new file called styles.css and create a new class for our title. Next, let's give our title a large font size and a nice sea green text color. We can then go to our header component and add the CSS class name to our h1 element. Now, this is a good place to highlight a potential issue we could have in the future. CSS selectors by nature are global. So looking at our example, this means that anywhere in our app that also uses the class name title would get a sea green color applied. The chance of this accidentally happening increases as the size of our applications grow. One solution is to make our elements more specific. These rules will now only apply to the titles inside a header. Another option is to make the class name more unique. But another approach is to use a styling solution that forgoes the issue altogether. Instead of a generic style.css file, let's name this file header.module.css and move it into the components folder. We can then import the styles object we just created into the header component and use the styles.title property to style our h1 element. Behind the scenes, Next is using CSS modules to avoid styling collisions by automatically scoping CSS rules to the component. Using component-level CSS gives us a better user and developer experience because of a few reasons. Your apps load faster because styles are minified and only the styles of the components used on a page are loaded. Styles are automatically prefixed to support other browsers. The styles in one component don't affect the styles in another component. And it's safer to delete styles without having to worry if they will affect other pages. In addition to CSS modules, Next also supports whichever styling solution you prefer, including global CSS or Sass style sheets, utility-based CSS frameworks like Tailwind, or your preferred CSS in JS library. So to summarize, we went from a React application to a Next.js application, and we also talked about a few Next.js features, including pages and navigation, pre-rendering and data fetching, and styling. This was only an introduction to Next.js, and there are many other features we haven't yet explored. If you're new to Next.js, a great place to start is by doing our interactive course on nextjs.org/learn. This course will guide you through everything you need to know to get started with Next.js. And you can also check out our documentation on next.js.org/docs and the extensive list of examples we have on our GitHub repo. And of course, if you have any questions, you're more than welcome to ask our community on GitHub discussions. I'm looking forward to seeing you there. Thank you and bye!
Hello everyone, I'm TJ Kohli, Creative Director at Monogram. Monogram is a digital agency from Atlanta, Georgia, who specializes in building Jamstack websites and web apps using the latest technologies like Next.js, Tailwind CSS, Algolia, and headless CMSs like Prismic, Dado CMS, and Contentful. Monogram's been a long-time user of Vercel, and we're honored to have the opportunity today to present the MacStadium website and its process with everyone.
Hi, I'm Heather Robertson, and I'm Vice President of Global Marketing at MacStadium. MacStadium provides cloud solutions for developers who are building for the Mac ecosystem. So essentially, DevOps teams and developers that are building iOS or macOS apps need Mac hardware to be able to build and test their apps. And what MacStadium does is we take that consumer-grade Apple hardware and we enable it with networking, connectivity, storage in an enterprise-scale data center environment and provide that to them through a cloud. So they can actually access and use Mac hardware the same way they would with Azure or Google Cloud for their other projects. Originally, our project was we wanted to re-enable and redesign our customer portal to make it easier and more user-friendly. So we were looking for a company that could do a lot of UI and UX design for our web portal. And then in talking about that project, we also realized it's probably a good time to refresh our website. So then our scope kind of expanded to being not only app UI and UX, but also website design and build. And so that's kind of what led us to Monogram, is we knew that they would excel in both areas. They also are a local Atlanta company, and we're here in Atlanta, so it was a really nice opportunity to get to work hands-on with a company local and side-by-side, which we haven't had a lot through the pandemic, and so that made the project even more exciting for us. One of the things we're really excited about in working with Monogram is moving our website to the Jamstack. And so we had been using a platform that had some CMS elements to it, but it was still basically a WYSIWYG web editor. And we were running into some problems where we were limited by how big the site could go, how much we could scale, how much unique customization we could do. And what I really discovered in this whole process was between using Prismic and Next, we were able to do everything that I wanted from a scalability standpoint. And it was really extensible and really customizable. And working together with TJ and the Monogram team, we were able to come up with some really unique things that gave us a lot of customization as far as design and content and execution for our website that has been really, really exciting. One of the benefits of going with a Jamstack website and having it more componentized and API-enabled and more flexible, secure, extensible is that we really can use this website and grow in the future. MacStadium has a lot of plans for the next couple of years, and so being able to take the same backend, the same content, the same CMS, and apply that to not only our website, but our blog and our portal and new products that we're developing, all from one place, and also change it and evolve it as we go along to kind of fit our needs, that was really exciting for us. Platforms that we've been on in the past were pretty static, and it was just our public website, our marketing-facing website, where now we can kind of take the same website content and expand that to be more broad across the entire organization and benefit not only marketing, but product and customer engagement and things like that. So that's a really exciting part of it that we're looking forward to growing with Monogram.
Next.js has a great developer experience with zero config install, which is ready to go within seconds, and it provides a lot of functionality out of the box, like auto-optimize images, prefetching links, deferred loading of scripts, code splitting with dynamic imports, hybrid SSG, SSR, incremental static regeneration, or ISR, TypeScript support, and API routes. In a unique digital agency like Monogram, we're equally versed in building websites and web apps. Due to the versatility of Next.js, our developers are able to work side by side within the same framework. It's easy to pick up and works great, whether it's for a small blog or a large enterprise website or web app. A Next.js project can be as small or as large as you need. Multiple options for generation allow building a website or an app as SSR, a SPA, or ISR. Hybrid generation enables cross-app unification. For MacStadium, we chose SSG, or server-side generation, and ISR, or incremental static regeneration, for the perfect balance of speed and build times. The integration ecosystem is very strong with Next.js. Vercel offers one-click CI/CD deployment, no managing servers, no dedicated CI/CD team necessary. Slack notifications for error builds make it easy for us to know when issues occur. Vercel Analytics enables performance testing with every single build. As one of many small ways Vercel and Next.js improves our workflow, Vercel environment variables means no more sending .env files to each other in Slack, and it also means we can keep our API keys secure. A bonus side effect of Monogram switching primarily to Next.js is that recruiting is now simpler. We do not have to hire or build complex cross-platform teams. Everyone is a Next.js developer, and those switching from vanilla React love the convenience Next.js brings. Being agile and moving people across projects enables Monogram to stay lean and provide the level of service our clients expect. We started with low-fidelity wireframes in Figma. We used our design knowledge and experience, worked closely with Heather and her team, and performed user testing with Usability Hub as needed. Iteration in this phase is key. Since this was a big brand refresh for MacStadium as well, we brought creative art direction and worked very closely with Heather to establish a clear vision of MacStadium's new aesthetic. After many rounds of iterations and refinements, we settled on a new rich purple-based color scheme that perfectly complements MacStadium Orange. Prismic played a key part in building this Next.js website, as it was essentially our backend and data repository, as well as the client's interface. Monogram definitely stretched what is possible with Prismic and the Slices feature, and innovated in a few key ways that made this project a success. We'd love to show you and walk you through some of these innovations today. The first of these was the way we apply themes to a slice. As you can see from the design, it was not enough for us to have every slice look the same with a white background. We wanted Heather and her team to have flexibility in choosing a theme for every slice to be able to control the look and feel of a page. For example, certain pages could be dark while others could be primarily white. A theme was created as a repeatable content type in Prismic and simply had two fields, a title and a unique ID. The unique ID is written as a class on the slice via a custom Next.js slice zone we wrote. This is passed as a parameter to every slice, and if no theme is chosen, our Next.js code has a fallback to white. In Prismic, everything is optional. There are no required fields. Some may consider this a minor annoyance, but this is clearly a fundamental design decision taken by Prismic rather than a shortcoming, and we took full advantage of it. By wrapping every text, image, and embed field from Prismic in a conditional statement, Heather and her team had additional flexibility with slices. For example, a logo party slice without a title could serve as a simple grid of logos, while the same slice without logos and only a title could be used as a standalone title. This expanded the number of slice variations to the millions. As you can see here, another innovation was our custom Prismic Next.js slice zone. Essentially, it's a Next.js component that accepts Prismic slice array for a page and renders the correct slice in its place. We use the switch case statement here, as you can see, because it performs better and is less memory intensive than if-else conditional statements. One of the requirements for building this website was that certain pages had to be grouped together within directories. For example, company-related pages needed to be under /company. While the obvious answer for this may be to create a company type in Prismic, we did not want to duplicate all the parameters that we spent building the general page type, so we devised a better solution. We leveraged Prismic's tags as the method to filter the getStaticProps query and conditionally build only pages tagged with company under the company folder. The footer navigation is being built entirely from Prismic, which is great for MacStadium to maintain links moving forward. However, this posed a challenge for us when building pages with SSG. With hundreds of pages, we did not want to query Prismic for the same data for the footer of every single page. So we're using Node File Sync, or FS, to download the globally used data once and use it to build the rest of the website. In any large-scale enterprise website, it's important to have lots of internal links between pages. The challenge with many Jamstack websites is to properly maintain internal links from a content perspective. So we're leveraging Prismic's internal document link feature, and we wrote an innovative yet simple link resolver function that automatically finds the correct URL based on the past items. This is built to be foolproof and can accept a URL string, an object, or even an array. As a cherry on top, we wrap this in a CTA button component to unify the styling of the button site-wide. The CTA button component is essentially a Next.js link component styled to look like a button, and these are used throughout the website, with the label, type, URL object, and more being passed through. This also was helpful in implementing segment analytics. We simply wrote segment code into the CTA button component, and it all just works. Next.js websites are blazing fast right out of the gate, but if you're not careful, it's easy to add heavy external scripts, fonts, and large images that can lower your performance score. Although we're super careful about adding even a single package to the project and undergo a thorough internal performance review, Vercel Analytics performance helps us keep tabs on whether a certain build caused a significant performance decrease. It's also a bit of a challenge to performance when external analytics scripts can cause a severe performance hit. But that's when Next.js script tag and up-and-coming plugins like PartyTown come to shine. We're watching this part of Next.js very closely, and we are working very closely with the Vercel team to find ways to keep performance at 100% while simultaneously loading external libraries needed in the enterprise. Looking forward, we have a bright future in our partnership together with MacStadium. We are working on some really great things together, all using Next.js. For example, Monogram is working on an in-house Next.js animation system that keeps animations at 60 FPS and doesn't impact Web Vitals performance. We're working closely with Next.js engineers to help bring Next.js live to MacStadium and others, and can't wait to see what the future holds.
We're really excited about everything that we're doing at MacStadium, especially partnering with Monogram. We've got a lot of really cool tools that we're building for our customers to really enable them being able to build for Mac in the cloud.
Jamstack technologies are rising every day with Next.js at the core. Monogram believes technologies such as Next.js to be key instruments in the Jamstack orchestra, and we can't wait to create a symphony together. The future is only getting started, and the future begins today.
Hi, I'm Cory, and I am on the marketing team at Notion. I'm a designer and developer, and just this last year, we migrated our entire marketing website from a client-rendered approach to 100% Next.js, fully static. And today, I want to talk about that journey. This talk is especially for you if you're working on a project or a team and you're thinking about going static using Next.js as a static site generator, but you're not totally sure. Hopefully, this talk will give you some ideas about how to migrate and what that process looks like. In this talk, I'm going to cover 4 parts. I'm going to start from where we started with our client-rendered marketing site. Next, I'm going to talk about our journey to choosing Next.js, then a little bit about building the static site and the technical decisions we made, and finally, I'm going to share our really incredible results. Let's talk about where we started. When I joined Notion, it was still quite a small team. We worked out of this little garage in the Mission, under 20 people, and a lot of technical decisions were made to move quickly. So we had one giant components folder, and we shared components between the marketing site and the app. And this monorepo approach was super cool, and sharing everything allowed us to do things like pulling in live demos to our marketing site, because the marketing site was the product. There wasn't really a distinction. But over time, this started to create issues for us on the developer experience side. If we're pulling in a button that said sign up, for example, it would pull in all this complexity from the app. It would have all these different props that were related to like mobile and touch, when all we really needed for the marketing site was a simple button that allowed us to sign up. So here we were faced with quite a few developer experience problems, but at the same time we were having a lot of user experience problems. And some of these pain points were, first of all, our JavaScript bundle size on the marketing site homepage was 9.1 megabytes. And this is because we were pulling in the entire app code onto our landing page. We didn't have any code splitting set up because it was a small team, and that kind of Webpack configuration can take forever. Another problem was SEO. Our marketing site was 100% client rendered. So some pages were showing up in Google, some weren't. A little later, we started integrating a headless content management system called Contentful. And on the blog, for example, we had 3 Contentful API calls. So this meant there was going to be loading spinners everywhere on our blog. And finally, our performance. We were scoring about 50 out of 100 on Google Lighthouse. The score just wasn't up to where we'd like it to be. So eventually, it hit a point where, as a developer, I was getting frustrated. I could tell our users were getting frustrated, and it was clear that we needed some sort of solution to increase our performance of our marketing experience. We started with an RFC doc in Notion, and we outlined what we saw were 2 paths forward. One path was to optimize what we have, and another path was to use a static site generator. I'm not a fan of totally throwing out everything and starting over. In many cases, it is smart to optimize what you have. We could have, implemented code splitting on our own. We could have reduced that JavaScript bundle size. We could have simplified the shared components. There was a lot we could do without making a drastic change. We also compared it to using something like Next.js. And what we found is that migrating to Next.js would be a similar amount of work, but we would also get all these extra benefits for free. It made more sense, right? If we're going to do a lot of work to migrate, we might as well get as much benefit on the DX side and UX side as possible. Once we identified that we wanted to go with the static site generator, we didn't just choose Next.js. We actually had a wish list of things that we were looking for that Next.js just happened to fit. On our wish list, we wanted something that was React-based, because our whole code base is React-based. We wanted TypeScript support. That's been super helpful in catching bugs early. We wanted easy content management system integration with Contentful. We wanted full CSS support, and we wanted to use something like Style.jsx that would allow us to use the full power of CSS. We wanted a great publishing workflow. We have a bunch of contributors to our marketing site, and we wanted them to be able to preview content and ship it quickly. And finally, we wanted to choose a solution that was future-proof. We want a marketing site that can grow with us. Ideally, we don't want to replace it again in a few years. We want to choose a platform that we feel is in it for the long run and is going to continuously improve as we do. Next.js was that. All right, so we've chosen our static site generator. Next, I want to talk about what building the static site with Next.js was actually like. How much work was this? What was actually involved? First, I want to get into the actual migration scope. This was a big project. I'm not going to lie. It was about 200,000 lines of code. We had to migrate 109 React components, 23 static pages, 129 dynamically generated pages, 2 locales, and at the end, it took about 2 months and about 2 engineers working on this to do. Not a small undertaking. It's all React, so most of the components and code we could reuse. One of the things we had to figure out was version control. And We were initially considering creating a separate repository for the marketing site, but eventually we decided to stick with our mono repo. So this is what it looks like now. Basically everything is in one repo, right? So marketing has a folder, our mobile apps have a folder, desktop apps have a folder. We can continue to share critical code like analytics, helper scripts. We've moved away from sharing our components folder just because we found that marketing components were very different from app components. So components are no longer shared, but we do use this monorepo approach to share other configuration information. The next big challenge was routing, and this was the thing that we were probably the most nervous about going with this monorepo approach, because our marketing site and our app live on the same domain, notion.so. And a lot of companies will put their app on a subdomain, right? Like app.notion.so. But we don't do that. So we had to find a way to run this Next.js app and our client app on the same domain and have our router be aware. The solution we ended up choosing was implementing a reverse proxy. And the way it works is actually quite straightforward. So a request comes into the Notion marketing website. It first hits our API server, and our API server parses the URL. It looks at the route, and we have an allow list of marketing URLs, which are essentially the Next.js URLs. If it is one of these URLs, the API server, through the reverse proxy, forwards the request to our marketing server, which is running Next.js. And if it is not a marketing URL, the API server handles the request on its own and, for example, serves the response needed for a Notion database. So with this talk of reverse proxies and multiple servers, you're probably wondering how we deployed our marketing site. And the answer is that it lives in its own Docker container and it is deployed to AWS ECS. And we stuck with AWS because it powers everything else at Notion. Someday in the future, we may migrate to Vercel, because there's a lot of features that are included there that we'd like to take advantage of. Another big change we made during this migration was moving away from React style props towards Style.jsx. For our app, React style props make a ton of sense because it's super easy to compute style values with interpolated JavaScript. But for the marketing site, Style.js we found is a lot more expressive. It allows you to do things like pseudo classes like hover or active, and media queries are a lot simpler too. On top of that, Style.jsx is included with Next.js. You don't actually have to install anything. You end up with this super nice solution where your styles are co-located with your components, and it's been incredibly great for us. We also love how styles are scoped to components and they don't leak. After a few months of heads down migration work, it was finally time to make the switch. And there are a lot of big PRs. We needed to come up with a solution to launch this new static marketing site without any downtime, and also with the option to revert to the old site if necessary. The solution we decided upon was we have an experiments framework we use to turn features on and off in the app. And we did the same thing for the marketing site. We had our new Next.js marketing site running alongside our old client rendered site. So they both existed in our code base for a period of time. We'd say half of the traffic, send it to the old site, half of it, send it to the new site. So we had this period of about 2 weeks where we slowly ramped up traffic to our new marketing site. As we investigated the performance and the server load, we saw that everything was okay. And then eventually we got to 100%. And at that point, we were able to pull out all of our previous client-rendered marketing site code. So all this hard work is behind us, and now it's time to look at the results. I was very excited to share internally that we had a new marketing site, and it was a funny message to share because the first thing you'll notice on our new marketing site is absolutely nothing. And this is something I'd really recommend if you're transitioning to Next.js from an existing marketing site. We intentionally de-scoped the project as much as possible. We could have turned it into a redesign or a rethink, but that would add more time and complexity. We wanted to keep this project to a purely performance migration. Our final performance scores were just incredible, of course, with all Next.js sites. We're in the green here with a 97 out of 100. The great thing about using Next.js is once a year when the big release comes out, I feel like our performance gets upgraded without us even lifting a finger. From my perspective, the true magic of Next.js is this marriage of user experience and developer experience. And I think that's super unique. There's a lot of tools out there that me as an engineer, I'll look at them and I'll say, I really want this tool. It's going to make my developer workflow better. It's going to make my life better. But there isn't always a strong argument for how it's going to make the user's life better. So Next.js is in the sweet spot where I'm really happy, Notion's users are really happy, and it's just a win-win for everyone. So I want to talk about the main user experience improvements we've seen. First of all, we have super high performance. Our Google Lighthouse score is now 97 out of 100. Every page on our site is pre-rendered and cached by Cloudflare. There's not a single loading spinner on our entire marketing site. Much smaller page weight. Our initial required JavaScript on our homepage is down 93% from 9.1 megabytes to 847 kilobytes. And finally, SEO is way better than it used to be. Help Center articles and blog posts are finally showing up at the top of Google. Users can actually find things now. And finally, I want to talk about developer experience. I am just overjoyed. My job has gotten a lot easier. I'm probably twice as fast and productive day to day in this new code base. It's really incredible. Some of the things I really like, first of all, performance is a default in Next.js. We get automatic code splitting, no Webpack config. You don't really have to think about it, and performance often just happens. Content queries come without a cost. So on our blog, there's 3 different calls to our headless CMS to grab different pieces of content. And before, that would result in loading spinners on the client. No longer. It's all pulled in at build and served statically. Full CSS support, and this is thanks to Style.jsx, which isn't technically part of Next.js, but has been a game changer, and I highly recommend it. I finally feel like I can be creative and make a beautiful page. And finally, something we've started using recently is incremental static regeneration, which if you haven't used it, I highly recommend trying it. The idea is you render your entire site initially, and then at request, if content changes on a page, that page can rebuild in real time without rebuilding the entire site. So you get all the benefits of a static site without the downfalls of having to rebuild and having out-of-date content. So we've implemented this across every page on our site that has semi-real-time content, and it's been amazing. Okay, so that was a little bit about Notion's journey, and now it is your turn. And I want to say, if you're on a team and you're trying to make this decision about should we move to a static site generator, should we choose Next.js, it is a hard decision, and it's a big decision. Our experience has been nothing but positive, and every year when there's new Next.js features released, our performance increases, our developer happiness increases, our user happiness increases, and it's just a win-win for everyone. I really think it's worth taking the leap and at least trying it out. Good luck. So thanks so much for spending some time with me. I'm on Twitter at Cory Etzkorn, and the content from this talk is also available on the Notion blog if you'd like to dive in a little deeper. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Amy Dutton. I'm the creative director at Zeal.
Hi, I'm James Quick, developer media manager at Auth0. Now, Amy and I are the co-hosts of the podcast Compressed FM, a weekly podcast about web development and design. And we both love Next.js. But we figured, don't just take our word for it. We wanted to pull together some highlights from different members of the community, creators, if you will, and have them share why they love Next.js and how they've used it. Now, you'll hear from people of all different backgrounds and experience levels, so I'm really excited for you to get to hear from these creators. That said, let's go ahead and roll the tape.
I'm Shonda Person. This is Dr. Adonis. I'm a senior software engineer at Netflix, and I'm using Next.js to rebuild my personal site.
Next.js has definitely been a game changer for my developer workflow, where I feel like they keep nailing it with intuitive developer experiences like data fetching methods, which has helped me in my project Next.js WordPress Starter pull in all of my data from a decoupled WordPress instance where I can manage that headlessly and then deploy a Jamstack application all powered by Next.js.
Hey, this is Drew, founder of protege.dev. We're using Next.js to build an inclusive job board.
Hey there, I'm Avnish and I started programming almost a year back. I started with React and moved on to Next. The transition from React to Next.js was very smooth and I've been loving it because Next is so fast and the development experience is pretty good. I have built some great production-ready apps with it and I'm looking forward to learning more about it. I hope you also enjoy Next as much as I do.
I used Next.js to build Roll Your Tweet. It allowed me to move swiftly and create an MVP in a short amount of time.
Hi, I'm Catherine Peterson and I'm a software engineer at GitHub. Next.js is my go-to framework for side projects because of how great the developer experience is. I've always loved React and Next just adds another layer of awesome features on top of it like server-side rendering and built-in routing. Last April, I used Next.js to build a side project called readme.so, which ended up landing me my current role at GitHub. Because of how easy Next.js was to use, I was able to build and launch the whole thing in just a couple days, and that project ended up changing my life by landing me my dream job.
I use Next.js to build a newsletter app with Twitter review API and Tailwind CSS. I use it for my website.
Thanks to Next.js's API routes, I was able to add Stripe to the new better.dev website, and I was able to take payments in about 1 hour. So I went from 0 customers, $0, to having 1 customer and a little money in very little code. And that's thanks to Next.js's ability to do full stack apps.
So one of the things that I really like about Next.js is the way it allows you to handle routing. Next.js uses a file system-based router, and all you have to do is create a pages directory, and that's it. Any file you put inside that pages directory is now a route. It's really that simple.
Hello, this is Alex from codingcat.dev. I use Next.js and Firebase to build our site. It is easy to create our static podcast pages and dynamic admin pages using Next.js. CodingCat is open source, so feel free to check it out today.
Aloha everyone, Cap here. So I wanted to upgrade my portfolio, which is originally built with React, to now be built with Next.js. Why, you ask? Because with Next.js, I can statically generate an SEO-friendly portfolio. So Next.js allows my portfolio to be served as HTML, awesome, be Googlebot friendly, great, and get my portfolio ready for more eyes to be on my work. All great things.
Hi, I'm Tim, CTO and founder at Checkly. Checkly is used by the best dev teams to ensure the reliability and performance of their web apps and APIs. Let me show you how you can monitor your Next app with Checkly. First, you use our powerful JavaScript-based browser checks to make sure your web apps work reliably and fast. We automatically give you web vitals, console logs, network data, and a lot more. Then you add some API checks to make sure your backend APIs are snappy and respond with the correct payload. Of course, if anything fails, we will alert you on Slack, email, SMS, and a whole bunch of other channels. Lastly, you hook this up to your Vercel account with our new deep integration, so you never ship any broken web apps again. Sign up for a free developer plan over at checklyhq.com.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
Hey everyone, my name is Pedro Duarte at Duarte on Twitter. I'm a DX engineer at Modules. What does DX mean? Fair question. Let me explain. It's like UX, but as if my users are developers, like you. I focus on API design, documentation, community, things like that. Recently, I've been focusing on two of our open source libraries, Radix and Stitches. Radix is a library of low-level, accessible, and unstyled components, and Stitches is a CSS and JS solution. The title of my talk today is, So you think you can build a dropdown? That's a question, but that's not a challenge. And in this talk, we're going to dive deep into the complexities of designing and building a fully featured, accessible drop-down menu. We're also going to do a live demo on how we can use Radix to help you make faster drop-down components. When I was younger, I used to think I could build a drop-down. To explain what I mean, I'd like to replay one of the many conversations I've had with colleagues in the past. It goes like this. So one morning I'm just sitting on my desk when I got a message from Alex showing me the new design of a page we already had. And I'm looking at this part here and I can tell it's a new component, but nothing to worry about. We need it for tomorrow's client demo. That's okay. I know I can do it. Young Pedro would always deliver. So 45 minutes later, all done. Alex is happy, he thinks it works great, and I'm feeling pretty proud. But let's just stop here for a second. Today, with a lot more experience and a lot more care, I would like to take another look at this page. So I remember that I made a button that when clicked, I would show a position absolute element with 3 items inside. And that's what I was calling a drop-down menu. I also remember that I made it so when you clicked outside, it would close. And that's where I stopped. I did nothing more and nothing less. This component has absolutely no keyboard navigation. So if I open it and I press the down arrow, notice how the down arrow just scrolls the page, and up scrolls back up. What if I press escape? Nothing happens. There is no type ahead, so if I start typing in edit, for example, nothing happens. Now, apart from all of these features that I left out, there is absolutely no accessibility. Let me show you how VoiceOver interprets this.
Entering web content. Button. You are currently on a button inside web content. To click this button, press Ctrl Option Space. To exit this web area, press Ctrl Option Shift up arrow.
So far, the only thing the VoiceOver knows is that this is a button. That's because I'm using the button element, but it has no idea what this button does. So what happens if I press Enter? You see how the drop-down opens, but nothing happens in VoiceOver. It doesn't even know that a drop-down menu showed up. Okay, so I think we've seen enough on how broken this component actually is. Let's just go back to the chat. Okay, so 1 hour before the demo, Alex reached out again and he said to me, here's the tweak design. And I remember looking at this and thinking, this is not a tweak design. This is a whole new thing. And I have no idea how I'm going to be able to deliver this for the demo that's happening in 1 hour. And that's exactly when I started to freak out. To be fair, I still think I could do it, just not by tomorrow. It would take so much time. We need time to research all of its features. We need to read the wide area spec. We then need to implement all of those features and accessibility concerns. We need to worry about complex logic such as positioning, type ahead. After that, we've got to test everything. And once we finish with the testing, we may have to repeat these things again and again and again. When we don't have enough time, we end up shipping a broken component. We see this type of broken dropdowns everywhere on the web. Most dropdowns are problematic even for sighted users who don't rely on keyboard navigation, but in many situations they're completely inaccessible. There are so many cases to consider, from positioning logic, accessibility features, sub-menu, separators, labels, icons, checkable items. The list goes on. It turns out that building a dropdown is really hard. I'm not the only one that thinks that. This is a massive problem and it's a bottleneck because all we want to do is focus on our product, our challenges, and our users. The platform has made a ton of progress recently and it'd be nice to use it, but it's still catching up with some of the needs of modern web apps. So here we are. If building components is such a challenging task and it takes such a long time, and the platform is still catching up, what can we do? Luckily for us, there are libraries we can delegate to who focus explicitly on solving this problem. They focus on building accessible primitives for the web. By using a library, we'll have more time to focus on our product. And that's exactly why we built Radix primitives. Let me show you how it works. So we can visit the Radix website by going to radix-ui.com. And then we click on primitives and we're taken to the introduction page. But I'm going to give you a quick intro here. So in a nutshell, Radix is a library of UI components that are completely accessible and unstyled. These components can be used as a base for your design system, or you can use them incrementally to make your current application more accessible. So just to recap, when you render a Radix component, you're going to get all of its functionality and accessibility features out of the box, but you're going to get no stylings. You can then apply the styles using your favorite styling solution. Radix includes lots of components and we're working on lots more. Today, we're going to be focusing on the drop-down menu, but as you can see, there are also lots of other stuff like popovers and sliders, scroll areas. So let's talk about the drop-down menu. When you go to the drop-down menu page, you're going to see a demo that you can play with. You're going to see a list of all its features, and then you're going to see steps for how you can install, how you can use it, and then documentation for all of the API. Okay, so today we're going to be doing a live demo. So instead of taking you through the docs, we're actually going to get practical. Cool, so we're going to be using Next.js as our framework, and we can install that by going npx create next app. And because Radix is built with TypeScript, we're going to use the TypeScript template. We'll call our app Radix demo. And then we'll go into that new directory. And we're almost good to go. Now we're just going to install the Radix UI React drop-down menu. We'll copy that and we paste it in here. Alright, so first thing we want to do is we want to just render a basic Radix drop-down menu straight out of the box and see how that works. So you can see here in the anatomy section, this is where it tells us the order of which the parts go together. So we know that we need to render the root first and then the trigger. This would be the button essentially. And as a sibling of the trigger, there's a content, and inside the content there are many parts that we can render. Okay, well, let's go ahead and do that then. We import drop-down menu from Radix. Nice. Then we'll do drop-down menu.root. That's the first thing we need to render. Then we're gonna do .trigger. We can just say settings here. Then we're gonna do content. And inside content, we're gonna render an item. And we can say new tab. And another item, we'll say new window. And then new private window. Okay, saved. Hot module reloaded. And now we've got a button here. That will be the trigger. And when I click on it, you can see that it opens, all the items are being focused. I can click outside to close, and everything is completely unstyled. This is Radix straight out of the box. So even though we haven't had to write a single piece of logic, everything just works. and everything is fully accessible. If we inspect the element, we can see that the trigger has the right ARIA attributes, and if we open it, we get a portal over here. The inside is where the content lives, and inside here there's also a bunch of ARIA attributes, so screen readers or assistive technologies in general know how to interpret this component. Okay, so now that we know that we can render Radix components just by rendering its parts, how do we style them? So for the sake of this demo, I'm going to keep things very simple, and we're just going to do some basic styling with vanilla CSS. The first thing I'll do, here in the styles folder, I'll create a file called dropdown.css, and I'm going to import it over here in the app. Dropdown.css. Okay, so you can see there's not much going on here. We've just got an empty CSS file, and let me make a little bit more space. And here we've got the drop-down markup. So let's add some styles to the trigger, some basic styles to the content, and some basic styles to the items. So we can style this the same way we'd style any HTML element. We'll just create a selector and create a CSS rule. We're going to give it a color. Let's just make it color red, like that's, so it's very obvious what we're doing. And then we can apply that over here and save, and there we go. The color is red. If we inspect, we can see drop-down menu.trigger is literally just a button, and all we've done is added a class name to it. In the same style, we can do content, and in the content we can say, let's do background color white, border radius of 6 pixels, and box shadow. Let's add a bit of box shadow here. A bit of opacity. There we go. And finally, we'll do an item. And for the item, we're simply going to do some padding. And we can do 5 pixels, 10 pixels. And then when the item is being focused, we're going to change the background color to Gainsborough. Okay. Now we can add the class names to the right parts. So here will be content, and the items will be item. Okay, we can open this, we can see the content is showing up, we can see the box shadow, and as I hover them, we can see the background color as well as the default browser outline. That's perfect. So that's how we add styles to the Radix parts. Now that we know that adding styles to Radix parts is exactly the same as adding styles to any other HTML element, I'm just going to put in some styles that I've pre-written that look a little bit nicer. Another thing I've done is I've updated the markup below to create a more realistic example. Okay, so let's have a look at the code. You can see that this is almost just like writing HTML. There's no crazy logic, there's nothing special going on. It's just adding the right part in the order that we want. So for example, this is our trigger with the hamburger menu icon. Then we create the content, as we've covered that previously. The content is a sibling of trigger. And inside content is where we add all of our items, as well as submenus. So here are the first 3 items, and then we are nesting a drop-down menu root inside a drop-down menu root. That's how we do nested menus, and that would be this over here. So then we can add separators, we can add groups, we can add labels. At this point, it's up to you to decide what you want to add based on your requirements. Alright, cool. So let's start having a look at the features, shall we? By now, the most basic features have been covered because I've been using my mouse up until now. So we know that I can hover over these menus and I can open submenus, all of that with my pointer. But what if I rely on keyboard navigation? Well, you'd be glad to know that the Radix drop-down menu supports full keyboard navigation. First thing we can try is, you see how right now the focus is on the button? I can press either enter or space to open it. So here I press enter, and as I do that, you can see how the first item is already focused. I can use my up and down arrows to navigate across these items. In the case of a submenu, I can press my right arrow to open the submenu and the left arrow to close. By the way, this can be configured if you're using right to left reading direction. As I continue pressing down, you can see how I can cycle across all of the items. But when you get to the last item and I keep pressing down, it stops there. Well, as I've explained, Radix is quite customizable. So one of the things we can do, we can add a loop prop to the content part. And by doing that, we should be able to loop through all of the items, whether you're going down or whether you're going up. For more information, you can always look at the documentation where we explain all the props that each part accepts. Right now, we've just used the loop prop. Okay, so let's talk about type ahead. Type ahead is the feature that allows us to jump directly to an item by typing in the label of that item. So let's say we want to go from here directly to the item print. We can simply start typing in print, and as you can see, it's jumped straight there. But on the way, it stopped in paste because the first letter we typed in was P, so it jumped to paste first. The second letter was R, so then it went to print. Let's try and do that a little bit slower. P, R. That's nice. So type ahead works with every item in your drop-down menu, even items containing a space. So let me just explain that a little bit. Earlier we covered that when we press space or enter, it will actually select the item. So if I press space here, we've just selected the item new window. But what if I want to jump directly to new window and a space exists between these two words? Well, type ahead is smart enough to know what your intention is. So if I start typing in new space window, space will be taken into account in the type ahead instead of selecting the item. Another cool feature of type ahead is that if I keep pressing the same letter over and over again, then type ahead will cycle over all of the items that begin with that letter. So for example, if I keep pressing the letter N, notice how type ahead keeps cycling over all of the items that begin with N. Another thing that's pretty cool is that the Radix item part contains a prop called text value. This prop is extremely useful if inside your menu you have an icon, for example, and no text. You can still tell what text you want type ahead to search for. Radix primitives also work with assistive technology. For example, here's how it works with VoiceOver.
Settings, menu pop-up button. New tab Command T, new window Command N, new private window Shift Command N, history, collapsed menu item. You are currently on a menu item. To choose this menu item, press Control, Option, Space. To close this menu, press Escape. Versal, menu item, menu history 3 items. Stitches, menu item. Modals, menu item. History, collapsed menu item. Cut, menu, copy, paste, menu item, print, Command P. Find, Command F, menu item. You are currently on a menu item. Settings, menu pop-up button. VoiceOver off.
So that's how Radix primitives work with VoiceOver. Alright, we're making really good progress so far. We've covered so many things and there's only a few more left. But I did tell you that drop-down menus were complex. This feature is called collision-aware positioning. Let me show you how it works. When you open a menu, by default, it's positioned below the trigger and center aligned. You can change this behavior using the side and align props. But this is the default, so I'll be using that for the demo. In the case of when there's not enough space for the menu to fit below the button, it's going to get positioned above. And when there's not enough space on the sides, the menu will also be repositioned. For example, in this case, there's not enough space on the right, so the menu will get pushed a little bit more. And if we go to the left, there's not enough space, you get pushed a little bit more. What about submenus? Well, submenus by default will show up based on your reading direction. In my case, my reading direction is left to right, so they show up on the right. If there's not enough space on the right, then the submenu will get moved to the left, and the moment that there is more space, you move to its ideal position again. This is how collision-aware positioning works. Another cool feature of the Radix drop-down menu is something that we call submenu pointer grace. This basically allows us to keep the submenu open even if the pointer is moving away from the item trigger. So check this out. If I move up, notice how it closes straight away. And if I move down, it also closes straight away. As long as I'm moving towards the submenu, it will remain open. Sometimes you may want to add an arrow pointing towards the trigger. The Radix drop-down menu contains a part called arrow, and this is how we can use it. The arrow goes inside of the content, so I'm going to put an arrow in the main content, drop-down menu.arrow. I'm going to close it. Now, when we open it, we can see a black arrow. Using CSS, we can style the arrow the same way we styled all of the other parts. So let me make this a bit bigger, and here we can do class name, arrow. This is a class I've already created. And now when I open it, you can see that there's a white arrow pointing towards the trigger. Now, you also may realize that this arrow is actually touching the trigger. We may want to give it a little bit more space. We can do that by adding a side offset property to the content, and here we can say 10, and there we go. If you think that's too much, which I do, we can just change it to 5. That's nice. Now, a cool thing about the arrow is that when collision happens and your menu gets repositioned, the arrow points towards the new direction. The last thing I want to talk about is animations. You can animate the Radix drop-down menu the same way you can animate any Radix primitive, either with CSS or with the JavaScript animation library, like Framer Motion or React Spring. So what I've done here, I've created 2 CSS animation keyframes, and I'm adding them to the content. Based on the side, I'm either going to animate up or animate down. So check this out. By default, because we want the menu to appear below the button, it animates down because it's dropping down. But if there's a collision and we know the menu is going to be repositioned, we want it to animate up. This is collision aware animation. So we are able to use these data attributes that Radix exposes to us, and we can apply different animations depending on the side, even when collisions have taken place. While we're on the topic of animations, there's one last thing I want to show you, and this is what we call origin aware animation. Basically, it allows you to animate your menu based on the computed origin of the menu, taking into account its side offset, its align offset, and any collision that may have happened. So check this out. I've created a scale animation keyframe, and I'm applying it over here in the content part. I'm setting the origin of the animation to be this special CSS variable exposed to us by Radix. I then just give it the animation, the duration, and the easy. So let's open this up and see how it looks. You can see how it's scaling from this point over here. But if there is a collision and the menu is going to get repositioned, then it's scaling from this point over here. This also works with submenus. You see how the origin of the submenu is the top left. But if there is a collision and the menu no longer fits on this side, and I open it again, now it's the top right. And this happens based on every possible combination of collision detected. The dropdown we just built was so easy and so painless, but behind the scenes, it's taken us over 2,000 hours across 6 months, 50 code reviews, and literally thousands of commits. To recap on Radix, it's a library of unstyled primitives. You can use your favorite styling solution, whether it's vanilla CSS or CSS in JS like Stitches, or even a library of atomic classes like Tailwind. It's accessible, so it supports full keyboard navigation and is screen reader tested. Radix primitives are customizable, so you can make it work for your use case. To wrap it all up, why does all of this matter? Building good UI components takes such a long time. It distracts us from focusing and shipping on our product. It costs companies hundreds of thousands of dollars. Poor quality UI can reduce both customer acquisition and retention, and now products like Superhuman, Stripe, Discord, Linear, and Figma are raising the bar for UI quality and accessibility. On that note, shipping accessible components is the new normal. Businesses are even being fined for having inaccessible UIs. We're all responsible. When we build and ship broken UI components, we're collectively contributing to a broken web. We're making the web difficult for everybody to use, but especially for less able-bodied people. Developers are tired of having to reinvent the wheel over and over again. UI components are like table stakes. It's undifferentiated work. If I need a dropdown, I just want to use a dropdown. I don't want to have to build it. That takes us to our last point. It's absolutely fine to delegate, I promise. Your products will be more functional, more accessible, and you have more time to focus on your unique product features. To learn more about Radix, you can visit radix-ui.com and follow us on Twitter, radix_UI. Cheers.
At Prisma, we redefine the developer experience of working with databases with a next-gen ORM. You write your data model in a human-readable schema, allowing anyone to quickly understand how your database is designed. You then get an auto-generated, type-safe query builder that you can use to read and write data to your database. And when your schema needs to evolve, you run a single command that auto-generates migrations for you. However, regardless of whether you use Prisma as your ORM, working with traditional server-based databases in a serverless environment, you run into an issue. Each serverless function opens a connection to the database, so during traffic spikes, you'll quickly exhaust the database's connection limit. This negatively impacts performance and leads to failed requests. That's why we've built the Prisma Data Proxy. It's a service that sits between your server and database and handles database connection management for you. It's currently in early access, and we would love for you to try it out. To learn more, go to pris.ly/dataproxy.
Hi, my name is Elena, and I'm a software engineer at Tinybird. In this talk, I'm going to show you how to take advantage of real-time analytics within your own products using just Next.js and Tinybird. A great example of a product currently using real-time analytics is Vercel. They provide a great platform for developers to build, deploy, and preview their own apps. But they also offer Vercel analytics, so you can understand how each one of your end users is experiencing your app in real time. So let's see how you can do this with your own apps. For this talk, we are going to use Next.js Commerce Starter Kit, and we are going to add real-time analytics to it. If you are unfamiliar with it, it is a pre-built Next.js project that you can connect with your headless e-commerce API of choice, like BigCommerce, Shopify, or others. So let's start gathering the events that we are going to use. Each event will be a JSON object that we will post to Tinybird. Initially, events would look something like this. These are just the initial fields we'll start working with. Don't worry too much about them, as we can add as many fields as we want later on. First of all, we are going to create a new data source to store our events by uploading the JSON file with some rows. Tinybird guesses the columns out of the JSON objects, and you can then simply hit the button and boom, it's done. So we're going to start sending just a few events, but you can see later that these data sources can scale indefinitely. Now let's see some code. This is the root application file. Let's modify it. We've included the Next Tinybird library, so we can start sending events right away. When calling the Tinybird function, it's going to send an event every time a page is loaded or every time the user switches to a different page. we only have to set up the Tinybird provider component with the values we need, which are the API URL component, the token, the tracker library, and finally the destination data source, which in this case is named events. Okay, so now when navigating to the different product pages, we'll be sending events to our data source. If we check now our dashboard, we see how the events data source has now been filled with the new page load events. Cool, so in order to explore the data we'll be generating, we're going to create a Tinybird pipe. A pipe is where you work in Tinybird. It's like a SQL-based notebook where you can change your SQL queries and that you can use to explore data, transform it, or build API endpoints that you can consume. In this case, we are creating a pipe named getProductsRanking, and we're going to use a simple SQL query to get the visits count per product by counting each page load visit, filtering the product URL, and grouping by the product slug. By clicking on Create API Endpoint, we publish a new API endpoint for this use case. This endpoint will allow us to sort products on the main page by most visited. We can see what this endpoint returns by calling our API simply here in the browser. So now that we have created our endpoint, let's use it in the application. We have a trending section that is now manually created, so let's try to make it work based on the actual analytics. We need to modify the getAllProductsUtils function to call the endpoint that we have just created. After that, we can modify the product ranking based on the results from our endpoint. Finally, we're going to add the ranking number in the product tag, so we can see it next to the product name if present. If we take a look at the results, we can see how now the products are sorted, and we can see the ranking of each product next to its name. Now, let's see one more example of something useful that you can do by using the power of real-time analytics. If we see that users are drawn to certain images, wouldn't it make sense to put that ones first? Let's see how. Let's edit the product slider component. By using the Tinybird utility again, we have to modify the onClick callback from the slider. We'll send an event named clickProductImage, and we'll include the URL and a new field, the product. This information will come from the product view component as a data attribute. Now let's click on some images randomly, and after that, let's go again to the events data source. We can see that Tinybird has automatically detected there's a new column, the product column. So we only have to click on the button to add this new column. It'll be empty by default, but as we start clicking on the images, this column will be filled with new information. So the next step is to create a new endpoint called getMostClickedImages. So we can sort the images the users have clicked the most. We do that by filtering by event name, but we also need to filter by product ID since each page shows a different product. So how can we do that? At Tinybird, you can add custom parameters to your queries. In this case, we are adding a product ID parameter. If this parameter is not defined, it returns all the products. Otherwise, it will return only the selected product. This templating system makes it really easy and quick to have dynamic endpoints for your application. So let's modify again the product view by using the data component. This component allows you to render other components based on the results of a Tinybird endpoint. We only have to set the endpoint name and send the query parameters we need for this endpoint. In this case, the settings are getMostClickedImage as endpoint name and product ID as parameter. After this change, when the view component is loaded, it will sort the images based on the response. Let's click on some images randomly. I'm going to click more on the last images, so when we refresh the page, we are going to see that this image is now in the first position. So this is just a quick sense of the kinds of things you can do on the page, but now that you have your data coming in, you can do so much more. And more importantly, You can scale this up as much as you want. Let's see how. So we've implemented analytics based on the events coming from the page. But let's say you want to scale your application as it starts to get more and more data. Let's say we have transactional information coming through Kafka. These events are coming through a Kafka topic, so let's bring it to Tinybird. We'll start by adding a Kafka connection and connecting it to a topic. It is as simple as that. The key point here is that we can use this data source in the endpoints we have created before, as one of the key benefits of Tinybird is that you can work with billions of rows, just like you would with a small amount of data. For example, now that we have created a data source from Kafka, let's build an analytics project from scratch that uses the events that we are collecting. We can see how the events demo data source is now receiving data constantly. This one in particular already has 640 million rows, and it has received 62 million in the last hour. For this project, we are going to use our command line interface. It enables you to have your project safe in your local environment and structure it in different files, data source, endpoints, pipes, so you can work with it as with any other software project. For example, this is how the endpoint that we have created before, the get_must_click_image endpoint, looks like in a file. And it is really easy to upload it to Tinybird. By using the Tinybird command line interface, let's push our files by doing tb_push. We can see how the project is being uploaded. So as soon as it finishes, if we go to our new Tinybird workspace, we are going to see that all the data sources, pipes, and endpoints are there, and we can start using them for our application. But first, let's take a quick look to the data flow for this project. We can see how the different data sources and endpoints are connected. We have the events demo data source, which is the one receiving data from Kafka, and we have created a materialized view that filters the columns and the information that we don't need and stores it in the events this data source, so the endpoints can work even faster. All these endpoints that we have just pushed are going to power an admin page for our e-commerce application, so that using the very same data that your application generates, you can understand how your application is performing in real time. We are applying different filters like the product size, the category, the color, or the device where the events were registered from. As we can see, each time we apply a filter, we are calling our endpoints, sending the needed parameters. And yeah, this is happening over those 640 million events that we saw earlier. Hope you enjoyed this talk. If you want to know more about how to build applications over billions of rows, email us at hi@tinybird.co or sign up to get an early access to our common developer plan.
Next.js has incredible momentum, and it's for good reason. The framework brings first-class developer experience and productivity. It's no wonder developers love it. But development teams don't work in a vacuum. Developers collaborate with many other stakeholders outside of engineering. In fact, requests from across the company often get blocked on developers. They're always strapped for resources serving these requests. This is where a headless CMS comes in. We can totally use these to let non-developers help themselves and build pages and other content on the site. How do we do that? Well, first let's define the schema for our landing page. Just the title and body text, right? Oh, but what if you also want to have different sections? So a title and a list of sections, but each section should have its own title and then probably an image to go along with that. But the picture can be on the left or on the right. And where's that call to action going to be? But I want different colors for the call to action button. Oh, and some sections should show a product grid, and the grid can be from different collections and different sizes. But then for mobile, I want the grid to just show on one row. Okay, I have a schema. Then of course, I'll want to actually implement all the code that powers the schema into our website codebase. Great, that's settled. Lastly, I just need to toss our marketing team some huge forms to fill out and I'm done, right? Oh, actually, marketing is now asking for a secondary call to action in the heroes, and the accordion FAQs need to support images too. Also, the design team shared a Figma file for a redesigned product grid layout, and they're also asking if we can make everything fade in on scroll. Companies spend a ridiculous amount of time modeling and implementing their visual content, even building custom bespoke plugins and tooling, and all this just so that content editors can navigate huge nested forms that look nothing like the content they're actually composing. There has to be a better way. What if we could make it easy and intuitive for anyone to directly create new user experiences without developer involvement? We could completely change our team collaboration workflow. We could free up developers to do higher leverage work. We could unblock non-developers, whether they're in marketing, design, product, and we could just help the whole organization iterate much faster. I'm Yang. I work on Plasmic. Plasmic is a headless page builder. Developers drop a snippet into their codebase, and from then on, non-developers can start visually creating surfaces in the app. Everything from landing pages to parts of existing pages. These are production-grade experiences that integrate seamlessly within our Next.js app. To the content editors, it feels like a no-code page builder, but something that makes Plasmic special is how deeply it integrates with code, your code. We'll see exactly what that means. I want to go through building a sample landing page. This demo will be using Plasmic, but I mentioned earlier, the fundamental problem is manipulating an inherently visual medium, and I want to focus the discussion more on dissecting that. Again, you can always build your own page editing infrastructure on top of something like a headless CMS. I really want to focus more on what are the things to consider when editing visual content in these real-world apps. Let's just dive in and see. We're going to take the Next.js commerce codebase and let's add a landing page to it. I'm in Plasmic in a project that's already connected to our codebase. We have this blank new page, and we can see what it looks like on desktop and mobile. Just two different views of the same thing. Let's start with designing the hero section. I'm going to add a box for the hero, and we'll add some copy. Let's center that, and let's add a background image. I want to make sure the product is centered, so I'm going to tweak the positioning just a little bit. And maybe I will make this hero a little bit taller as well. Okay, I like that, but the text is a little hard to read against this dark background, so I'm gonna make it white. I'll add a call to action button right here as well. It's also a little hard to notice against this dark background, so I'm gonna switch it to the inverted style. And maybe I'll play around with the layout a little bit. Great, that looks good. Maybe I'll make a few adjustments on mobile just by directly manipulating it. Great, that looks good to me. Now I'll add another section with some more copy. And I'll add a third section where I want some content side by side. So I'll insert some columns which are responsive out of the box. On the left, I'll add some nested copy. And on the right, I want to display the actual products. Now in my codebase, I have this product slider component. It's a React component, and it's doing some isomorphic data fetching of product catalog data from our commerce backend, in this case, the Shopify GraphQL API. What I'd really love to do is to reuse this in my landing page. So I'll just go ahead and register it in my Plasmic integration and specify its props. Now I can start dragging and dropping into the editor. We can go ahead and interact with its props from the right sidebar with immediate feedback. And I just want to size this to show a single product at a time. There. Taking existing and unmodified code components, especially ones with interesting logic and behavior attached, and letting you drag and drop them in the editor opens up a world of possibilities and just changes the building experience for the non-developers that you support. So now I want to add an FAQ to the bottom here. I could just start by adding some text for the FAQ. So I'll add a section but this is really secondary content and I don't want it taking up so much attention. I have this expander component in the code. It uses this accordion from the Ant design system. It's a very generic React component. It just takes a header prop and a children prop for the body. How do we make use of this in the editor? When we register it, we can expose the header and children props as quote-unquote slots. Let's insert the expander. So we have our normal props on the right, like this one, to toggle whether it's expanded. And then our slots like header are directly editable from the canvas. I'll update the body as well. Remember, this was a children prop. One thing that makes React powerful is composition. I really want to be able to add an image here or any other nested content as well. I'll just go ahead and insert an image. Or maybe I really want these side by side, so I'll nest some more structure here in the form of columns. Actually, I think I prefer the old look, so let's undo that. This ability to seamlessly interleave your design within your code within your design is what makes composition powerful. Largely, we don't really think about it at all. We want to manipulate things directly on the canvas and have it just feel natural and intuitive. For this last one, let's add a call to action button. Let's see how else we can apply this concept. I want to spruce up the page with some very light animations. There's this nice little library called React Awesome Reveal that gives you these nice effects when scrolling things into view. Let's just drop that in. I'll move some content in there. And if I scroll back to it, it's starting to fade into view. I'll tweak the settings to rise up from the bottom and also stagger the animations a bit. That's nice. So composition is very powerful. This kind of animation wasn't something that was built into Plasmic. We effectively just extended the tool's feature set, and there are many other examples like this when you can find the right level of abstraction to expose. This malleability is what makes Plasmic feel hackable, a tool that you can make your own. Now for this landing page, I want to create a product gallery section, but I'm imagining a new look that we haven't built before in our site. If we look back at our product slider, it's displaying a gallery of products with all the right data, but it hard codes the look and feel. What if I want to be able to change this from the visual editor? Let's again turn to composition and break this out into a few components. For instance, for the title, let's extract it into its own component, and it just reads from a context the data for a single product and formats and displays it. We can do the same thing for the product price and image. For the main container, I'll change the product slider into a product grid component that fetches the data from the same graphical endpoint and then loops over each product and provides each product as the context to its children, who are displayed in a grid. Let's add a section here and insert the product grid. It starts off empty. Now let's drag the product title in there. Now we see the names for all the products. Similarly, we can add the product image and the product price. Let's change this to points of the collection we actually want to show, and limit the count to 8 things. Now I want to add that new visual style for our product catalog. First, on mobile, I want this to be 2 columns rather than 4. Because these are all separate elements, we can essentially have unlimited design possibilities. We'll show off some of the more interesting layout capabilities. I'll just take these titles at the top, I'll make them free floating, I'll add a background and some padding, and I'll make it bold. Great, and I'll put the price up next to it as well. I'll just copy and paste the styles. And that's pretty much all I wanted to do. So you can effectively design with real dynamic production data, and this isn't just for e-commerce. You really want to let the data be anything from any data source, whether it's social feeds or logged in database state. It can even be content from a CMS. You should complement your best of breed tools and let your CMS do what it does best, which is modeling structured data, rather than trying to model HTML and CSS and React in it. Now, the goal of this landing page is to drive conversions. I often want to A/B test ideas or add some personalization to see what works best. Let's see if this page does better if it focuses on jackets rather than boots. I'll go ahead and add what's called a variant to this page. Let's call it the jackets variant. Now I'll change the hero image along with a few other adjustments. This isn't a hard copy of the original, it's just a set of overrides. So we can go back and keep editing our base page, and all variants are kept in sync. That's pretty much it. At the end of all this, we'll hit publish, which triggers our Vercel deployment hook, and we can see the final results on staging or production. While building a simple landing page, we just saw a few of the primarily visual concerns that pervade every action. Adding visual editing is powerful, but the rabbit hole runs deep. Maybe instead of a full page, you just want to add a section to an existing page. Maybe instead of total freedom, you want some restrictions to the structures that editors can build to help guide them. We haven't talked about quality and performance of the result, how to bake into static builds or server-rendered pages, image optimization, layout shift, etc. Maybe once we start questioning our tools and collaboration workflow for building pages, we start questioning our tools and collaboration workflow for building apps. These are just a few of the things that Plasmic already enables today. All in all, it took us a few minutes to throw together a new landing page that had responsive layouts, dynamic data, interactive content, animations and effects, A/B testing. If we think about the actual code that we had to write, it's really a handful of specific building blocks that we needed, often already existing components. Most of the page didn't need code at all. Most of the content is just that, it's content. Rich visual content. Content that we want to look good to our users. We want it to convey our story and our brand. We're just used to using code and data structures to represent that and render that content, and having developers cobble this together for the actual content owners. But it doesn't have to be this way. We can redefine what it means to edit and manage content. Teams are already seeing the effects of this change. We can share what we've observed from teams using Plasmic. Plasmic really is for everyone, and we've been lucky to see it used in a diverse set of environments. We have individuals and solo creators just building their own portfolio or side project. And on the other end, we have Fortune 500 enterprises like Intuit designing their flagship product conversion page visually, all in different versions of it. And then there's everything in between. E-commerce has been very interesting for us. We have brands like Yours, who launched a headless Shopify storefront on Next.js. Migrating the whole team to a visual editing workflow helped them ship 4 times faster than before, and they're just launching campaigns nonstop. Beard Struggle also runs a Next.js storefront, and they replaced their traditional CMS infrastructure with Plasmic. That way their creative team can ship without developer involvement. We have teams like Thinking Machines using this to build out their entire Next.js marketing website. Moving beyond websites into apps, teams like PlayVersus use us in their logged-in dashboard experience. And of course, we here at Plasmic use Plasmic, not just to build out our Next.js website, but the Plasmic editor itself, this very complex and dynamic UI. Huge changes are coming in how sites are built. Next.js is leading the way in making it easy for developers to use React to build blazing fast sites. And visual editing makes it possible for marketers, designers, anyone to directly participate in the process. It's time to empower developers and content creators to do what they each do best without stepping on each other's toes and just letting the whole team move super fast. That's our focus at Plasmic. Please tell us how we're doing. Thank you.
Hey, I'm Jeff. Nice to meet you all. I was just taking a stroll through the woods. I thought it might be a more lovely environment for the beginning of this talk. It would be great if we could all be together in person, but since we can't, I figure may as well get creative, right? Anyway, the title of this talk is Interactive Documentation at Scale Using MDX and Next.js. A bit of a mouthful, I know. But before we get into the details, let's talk context. I work for a company called HashiCorp that builds a variety of DevOps and infrastructure management tools. You might have heard of Terraform, Vagrant, or Vault. These are all HashiCorp tools. All in all, HashiCorp builds 9 different products. We've got Terraform, Vault, Consul, Nomad, Packer, Vagrant, Waypoint, Boundary, and Sentinel. These products all need documentation. On top of that, we have a lovely team of technical writers that produces learn.hashicorp.com, a tutorials and guides website that includes over 750 guides on how to use HashiCorp products in different situations. These websites are all the same in many ways because they're documentation sites, but they also dramatically differ as far as their content and their scaling needs. For this reason, we need to build on top of a strong but flexible foundation for all of them together. And for us, this foundation is MDX and Next.js. Like my metaphor? All right, let's keep walking. I'm assuming you all know what Next.js is being here at the conference, but I want to talk about MDX for a second in case anybody isn't familiar. MDX is a really great open source project that allows you to use Markdown alongside React components that you can just put in line. It's a project that's built by the team behind Unified. Unified is a collective of different really interesting and cool parsers, and they are a completely community-funded project, so you should definitely check them out, and if you're using any of their tools, consider sponsoring them. Anyway, let's stop here for a moment and look at an example of what MDX actually looks like. So here it is. As you can see, it's just Markdown, and then you can use React components in line. That's pretty much it. Let's keep walking. We chose MDX at HashiCorp for a few reasons. First, our engineers and technical writers love using GitHub and Markdown to author content. Product engineers will make updates to the code, and as part of the same pull request, will update the documentation. And GitHub provides a familiar environment that enables collaboration and review on changes to content. It's all part of the same system as a simple pull request. But we knew that over time, as HashiCorp grew as a company, pure Markdown wouldn't be enough to keep up with what we needed from our documentation websites. We already had a library of shared React components that we use across HashiCorp's websites, and we dreaded a situation where we kept extending Markdown with custom syntax and custom JavaScript loaders until it became a language of its own. This would be difficult to maintain and to onboard new staff into. All right, well, we've made it back home, so let's go inside and check out some examples of where we use MDX on our actual documentation sites. Come on in.
All right, so we're back at the computer. Let's take a look at a couple of the ways that we actually use MDX components in our documentation websites. I want to start with the tabs component, which is one that's used very frequently throughout all of our websites. The way that this component works is pretty straightforward, and as you would expect, you can click through the tabs and it shows different content underneath them. So I want to go through a few examples of how this looks on our websites, but before I do so, I just want to mention this interface since it might come up a few times. This is part of a project that's called SwingSet. We're building it out as an open source project here at HashiCorp, and the best way I can explain it is it's kind of a storybook but made specifically for Next.js. We're really excited about it, it's really cool, but it's not exactly production ready quite yet. And so maybe this could be a topic for a future conference talk, hopefully. But it's got a live code editor and it's a really helpful tool for us in developing components. All right, that's enough about SwingSet. Let's go back to examples of tabs. Here we are on the console docs website, and you can see here that there is that exact same component right here used to switch between different code examples, and here used to switch between different configuration examples. Tabs component is used all the time throughout our docs websites and is a really helpful tool for our docs authors to compress content and not make pages stretch out longer and longer, having users read through things that they don't really care about if that's not the option they're after. Here's another example. This one's on hashicorp.com. I highlight this specifically because hashicorp.com doesn't actually use MDX at all. It's just a normal Next.js website that's used as our main company website and marketing page. But still we use the exact same component, and you can see it here used to toggle between different types of partners. It's really valuable for us to be able to use the same components that we use on all of our non-MDX websites also in MDX, because then we can kind of share the same code base and not have to repeat ourselves. Here's another example, a little more creative and with a dark theme on hashicorp.com. This one toggles between timelines of company milestones and product release milestones.
And my final tabs example is on HashiCorp Learn, which we mentioned briefly earlier. This one is interesting because you can see that there are two sets of tabs right here on this page. And when I click over to the second tab here, it syncs with this other tab group. This tab sync feature is really valuable in certain styles of documentation and would be an absolute nightmare to build out if we didn't have React components or React context available. Since we do, it was trivial to implement and provides a really useful chunk of functionality for our users. That's enough about tabs. Let's move on to another example. Another component that we use all the time in our docs websites is the code block component. Of course, for technical documentation, it's very frequent that you need to show blocks of highlighted code, showing samples of how you would actually use the products. Why I want to mention this specific one is because of its usage. You might have noticed for the tabs component, its usage was pretty straightforward and what you'd expect. You pull out the tabs component like you would in any React app and you write it down. However, for the code block, you can see that the usage is simply by using a fenced code block in Markdown, and it still renders our custom component. This is enabled by a really cool feature of MDX where you can actually set up custom configurations to override default HTML elements with custom React components. And I want to show you exactly how we configure that for our websites. We're diving deep into the core of our code, so don't worry about understanding all of this because it's a bit out of context. But the important part is that you can see this MDX provider here. If you've used MDX before, you might recognize this. If not, it's just a provider that you can wrap around your MDX content and it allows you to set up certain configuration options. Here we pass in a components prop. The expected value is an object that has a key of the name of a component and as the value, the actual function that is the component. And it makes those components all available to your MDX content for use. Here you can see the value that we end up passing into that. Tabs and tab are familiar options that we just talked through recently. We can pass by this one. And then I want to look at these three, which are generated by this code block primitives function. We'll be seeing the way that code block config and code tabs are used over the next couple minutes, but pre really stands out among these other options. These all look like the names of React components. They're capitalized. However, pre is all lowercase and it is also the name of a default HTML element. If you pass the name of a default HTML element to the components configuration in an MDX provider, it will actually override that default HTML element in the output with your custom component. So what we've done here, although you can't directly see it, is set it up so that pre-renders our custom code block component. That way, when authors simply put in a fenced code block, they will get, as a result, our enhanced custom component, which is really cool. I want to show off a couple other cool pieces of functionality that are part of this component. In addition to the base functionality with fenced code blocks, we have extended this such that if you add this code block config component wrapper around it, you can add additional functionality without interrupting the base syntax of Markdown or making any changes to it. In this case, you can see that line numbers will add numbering to the left. You can also highlight specific lines. You can see 3 and 5 are highlighted and the rest are grayed out, which is pretty helpful in certain longer code examples. You can add headings or file names to code blocks, which can really be helpful context as well. This is also a really cool feature. If you use the code tabs wrapper around 2 different code blocks, it will separate them into tabs so you can toggle between different languages. This feature can also be used with the code block config wrapper in order to combine features from both of them. And finally, you can also add a dark or a light theme, and these themes can also be combined with all of the enhanced features as well as the tabs, which is really great and makes for a super powerful and flexible code block component for our docs authors to make things nice and clear for users. Let's move on. I want to look at a couple other components. So this component is our hands-on lab component. This shows up on HashiCorp Learn, and when you click on it, you can see it opens this portal with a hands-on lab from a company called Instruct. I'm not going to go into this as it takes a minute or two to provision and set up, but you can see that this can be sized up and down as you read through the guide, and it can be hidden from the same button that you showed it from, or at any other point in the tutorial, it can be showed or hidden through a consistent UI panel. This is again one of those things that's made trivially easy with React, but would be very difficult if it was a custom extension to Markdown. So we're really grateful that we can do this so easily with MDX. And it provides a ton of value to our users who are able, in this case, to actually open up an environment where they can use and tinker around with console live as part of the docs. Last one I want to show is this Sentinel playground. Sentinel is a policy language for HashiCorp tools that allows you to control who and when and how people can make changes to your configuration. The Sentinel team built this Sentinel playground that lets you run and evaluate Sentinel code and live edit and make changes to it, which is another really powerful interactive tool for the documentation. Not only can you read about how it's used, you can actually use it in line and see how the results are, which is much more of a powerful learning tool. I've covered a lot of components. There are plenty more, but we don't have forever. So I want to move on to how we actually consume MDX. We talked about how we use components, but the way that the MDX actually gets rendered into our docs is another interesting part of our stack. We built an open source plugin called Next.MDX Remote that you might want to check out if you're interested in using MDX. I want to show a quick example of how this works, and we'll just go down to the main example. What's interesting about MDX Remote is that it runs out of get static props. It doesn't rely on anything being in the local file system. So here you can see we set up an example source as a string, but this could also easily be replaced with an awaited function that calls to an API or reads from a database or whatever other data source you might have. You don't need your Markdown content to be local to your website. They can be split up, and this is very powerful, as we'll see in a few minutes. You can pass this source to a serialized function, return it through getStaticProps, and consume it in your component into this MDX remote component, which will render it for you. And of course, you can pass custom sets of components that are available for use in your source. We'll get back to how this is relevant in a minute, but I want to move on to the last part of this talk's title, which is MDX documentation at scale. We've already covered the fact that we render thousands of Markdown files through all these websites and get several million views a month, so that speaks something to the scalability. But there's another project that we're working on now and we're really excited about that's going to take this to a whole different level. And this project is adding versioning capability to our documentation. This may not seem unique or interesting or difficult, but we've really taken it to a whole different level and absolutely made no compromises on the developer experience or the user experience on this feature, and especially not the scalability and longevity. So I want to talk a little bit about how we've set up this structure, and hopefully this will be interesting for you all. Basically, if you are a product developer working on one of HashiCorp's products, you might get to the point where you're ready to cut a new release. When you push that release tag to GitHub, we have two things that happen. On one branch, we will pick that up and run a normal deployment through to Vercel. And on the other hand, we have a custom GitHub action that looks at the MDX files that are actively in the repo at the time of the release and syncs those files' contents into a database, associating them with the release tag that was pushed. Now, when the website needs to build a page, it can use MDX Remote inside of getStaticProps to go to the database and ask for the right version of the docs from the files that they need in the database and render the content, which is great. Perceptive viewers might be asking themselves at this point, why do you need a database at all? Why couldn't you just go to the file system to get the docs? And the answer is mostly around the bloat that is introduced by versioning. If you want to be able to render 10, 50, 100 past versions of your product's documentation, and you want to be able to use the file system at deployment, all of those files must be available in the repo at the time that you deploy. So that means you're storing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of copies of nearly identical Markdown documents, in addition to all of the embedded images, videos, and anything else that are part of your docs in your repo. Over time, that ends up being a very bloated, big, slow, and difficult to work with Git repo. On the same note, this thing would also happen to your deploy times. So as you add more and more and more versions to your docs, your deploy times would get slower and slower and slower because you need to render more and more and more content in order to get your site out the door. Our scientists and analysts did a study of the effects of what would happen if we were to implement this type of infrastructure and came out with this result. If you build all versions every time that you release your doc site, you'll end up with a seriously large chungus worth of a deploy time and a chungus worth of a GitHub repo. And nobody wants that. So we needed to figure out a better way to do this. And the database is largely the key to doing that. What we've done effectively is made it so that on the current version of the docs, it will pull the content directly and render all of those as static. However, for any older version of the docs, we leverage Next.js's ISR feature to dynamically render the page based off of the version tag that's necessary pulled from the docs database. This way, our Git repo just works exactly as intended. It only has the current version of the docs, and if you want to see old versions in the Git repo, you can go check out older tags. It's the same way with our deployments. It only deploys the current version of the docs, and our build time stays fast and constant over time, even as we continuously add versions. And yet, users are still always able to access docs for any version that they need, leveraging the power of ISR. This split between the docs content and the rendering functionality also enables a really interesting optimization for us. I mentioned earlier when we were outside that our product authors like to make changes to the product code and then also make changes to the documentation as part of the same pull request. This is a nice workflow for them that makes perfect sense. But if your files and your website are bound together in the same place because you rely on the file system in order to render it, this means that your website needs to live in the repository for your product code. This creates a lot of difficulties since the website structure is effectively a different project, and so you have pull requests flowing in for making performance optimizations to the website in the same place that pull requests are coming in for making changes to the actual product code, which is written in a completely different language. Separating these out to two different places has a lot of benefits and helps to clean things up and retain a lot of sanity, and we're easily able to do that using MDX Remote and our content sync scheme. So now we can keep just the markdown files in the product repos, and product authors can still use the same workflow to update them, whereas we can pull out all of the logic for actually building the website and all the JavaScript and TypeScript pages into a separate repository that the web development team can work on when they need to make changes to the structure of the website. There's a lot more here to talk about. We've only scratched the surface of this structure. For example, we have frameworks set up that will transform our content if we make breaking changes to any of our components, or if there are breaking changes that come into MDX, so that older versions are no longer compatible, I should say, with the current website. We have workflows set up for how product authors can make changes to older versions of the docs if they notice a typo or something they need to adjust, and there's tons more. We're super happy to talk about it. We're loving this project. It's super interesting for us, and so feel free to reach out and ask about it, and we're happy to chat. If you're watching this live at the conference, we'll be in the Discord answering questions. All right, well, I think we've gone deep enough into the weeds for now. Let's wrap this up, and we'll go back outside to do so. If you're thinking about building a documentation site that needs to scale up over time, Next.js and MDX are great choices. You get a ton of flexibility extending Markdown's native capabilities and a nice clean interface for your developers and authors using MDX. Oh, hi. And with ISR from Next.js, you can easily scale up your content no matter how much it grows or how many versions you need to support. These tools make my team feel confident that we will have a stable foundation for our docs for the company's growth for many years to come. That's pretty much all I had, so thanks for tuning in. Before I go, a couple of shameless plugs. First of all, if this type of problem seems interesting to you, we are hiring at HashiCorp, so feel free to reach out. And second, if you enjoyed this lovely scenery, check out Serenbe, the little town I live in outside of Atlanta. We could always use more nice and friendly people here. Thanks for tuning in, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye.
Imagine that you could build the Next.js app with a database without having to worry about writing SQL, scaling, or managing infrastructure. What would that look like? I hope that today's talk can give you a glimpse into the future of databases in serverless made easy. I'm Daniel from the Prisma team. But first, let me begin with how we got here. Over a year ago, we launched Prisma Client to general availability, a next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript that helps you build faster and make fewer errors when working with databases. Since then, we've heard from thousands of developers about how Prisma is helping them build and evolve their data-intensive apps rapidly. Today, there are more than 40,000 Prisma developers, many of whom using it with Next.js. And this is no surprise. While Next.js makes app development fun and easy, Prisma makes databases fun and easy to use. Since releasing Prisma Client in June last year, we've worked tirelessly to make Prisma even better. We released Prisma Migrate to general availability, and Prisma Migrate helps you evolve your database schema at every step of the development workflow from prototyping to production. We also expanded our range of supported databases, and we now support Postgres, MySQL, SQLite, Azure SQL, SQL Server in general availability, and MongoDB and PlanetScale in preview. Finally, we also launched the Prisma Data Platform, which helps you start, collaborate, and scale your project. This is all part of our vision to liberate data and enable teams to take applications from prototype to billion-user scale without compromise on productivity, security, or compliance. But there was one issue that kept on coming up amongst Next.js and Prisma users. Using databases is tricky. Database connection management in serverless was the main problem. One of the promises of serverless is easy scaling with zero operational overhead of maintaining infrastructure. But the reality is that using databases in serverless is tricky. Database connections don't scale as easily as serverless functions do. Relational databases that can handle thousands of transactions per second can have a hard time dealing with 30 concurrent serverless functions connecting to it. And so, today's talk will be split into 3 parts. In the first part, we'll see how Prisma gives you the best DX when working with your database. In the second part, we'll see how Prisma is the perfect companion if you need to work with a database in a Next.js app. And finally, in the third part, you will learn more about our vision for the future of databases and serverless. And this includes the Prisma Data Platform, the Prisma Data Proxy, and finally, Prisma with serverless at the edge. And so I'll keep this talk hands-on with real code samples. So let's get right in. Prisma, the best developer experience for databases. There are 3 pillars that make Prisma so easy to use with databases. The first one is the Prisma schema, a declarative single source of truth where you define your data model. It can be written by hand or populated by introspecting an existing database. The second is type safety. And type safety is a way to ensure that all application code interacting with the database can only do so safely. For example, attempting to write to a non-existent database column will raise a type error that you can immediately see in VS Code. Zero cost means that you don't have to define TypeScript types like in most ORMs. With Prisma, these types are generated for you. Moreover, the types that Prisma generates give you rich auto-completion unlike any other ORM. The third and finally is code generation. And the idea here is that you should only need to write things once. Prisma saves you time by auto-generating 2 artifacts that you would otherwise have to write by hand. The first is the fully typed TypeScript client, that is known as Prisma Client. And the second are SQL migrations, which are generated for you based on changes in your Prisma schema. So let's see how all of these pillars work in action. Here I have a very simple Prisma schema that defines a single model. With Prisma, a model maps onto a database table. And this is a schema, a data model that will be used for a blog. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to evolve this schema and then see how we can use that in a Next.js app. And so to start off, we're going to extend the functionality and extend this data model to include commenting functionality so that every blog post can have multiple comments associated with that. So I have VS Code here with the Prisma VS Code extension, which gives you auto-completion and helps you when you're modeling your problem. So in our case, we want to define a comment model. We want it to have an ID that will be the primary key, and we also want it to auto-increment. We're going to define a comment field of type string. This will actually store the comments. And we also want to define the relation. And for the relation, we're first going to define the foreign key. So I will call this post ID of type int. And then I need to define the actual relation field that will tell Prisma how you can fetch those relations in Prisma client. And so for this, I'm going to name it post of type post. Now, if I use the format of Prisma, it'll automatically add the back relation. And there we have it. So I'm going to rename this to comments so that it makes sense in terms of the fact that it's plural. And there we have it. So we've just finished extending our Prisma schema by adding a new model, which will be the basis for a new database table. And now we're going to use Prisma Migrate in order to generate a migration so that the database schema is aligned with our Prisma schema. And so this is really as simple as the npx prisma migrate dev command. This will look at the changes in our Prisma schema, compare them with the database schema, and generate the SQL based on this. And I'm going to call this migration add comments. And there we have it. Our migration is being generated for us, and our database is now in sync with the schema. We also had Prisma client generated for us so that we can already access and interact with the database in a type-safe manner, including this new comment table that has been created for us. So let's take a quick look at the migration. And here we have it, creates a table, and it adds a foreign key, which references the post table. Okay, as a next step, we're going to define a seed script. And a seed script is a way to populate your development database with some initial data that makes it easier to build and develop. So for this, I've already defined an initial file which imports Prisma client. And in this main function, I'm going to use Prisma client in order to write a post with some comments to the database. So let's take a look at how that works. Equals await Prisma dot, and you can already see how you get this rich auto completion. I already have the two models that I've created in the Prisma schema, and this is all coming from the generated code that was automatically generated after we ran the migrate dev command. So in our case, we want to create a post, and here we have all of the different CRUD operations that we can do. In our case, we want to use create because we're creating a single post. And here too, you get auto completion, and you can already see the squiggly lines. And this squiggly line is because we're missing the title and the excerpt, which we defined as required fields in the Prisma schema. And so let's start with the excerpt, and we'll define a title. And you can see that the squiggly lines are gone because we already defined the required fields. And now we want to also create related comments. And you can see how easy this is with Prisma. Using the auto completion, we have these comments. And here we want to create, and we're going to pass it an array. And comment, wow. If I create another comment, and I pass a number to it, what I expect to get is a type error. And this is because we've defined this as type string in the Prisma schema. And so here we're getting this type error to make sure that we're using the right type. And there we have it. The final step is to make sure that we've defined this seed script in the package JSON, which I've already done. And you can see that here. This is the command. And so let's go ahead and run this seed script. And for this, I'm going to use the Prisma db seed command. And there we have it. Our post and related comments have been created for us in the database. Let's take a look now using Prisma Studio, a modern GUI for your database, what that looks like in the database from the browser. To do this, I'm just going to use the Prisma Studio command, which will start a server. And there we have it, our post and the 2 related comments. We can also go ahead to the comments and add a new one. And here we can pick the post that we want to relate it to and save it. And there we have it. So that was Prisma in action. And let's just recap what we did. We extended our Prisma schema by adding the comment model. We then used Prisma Migrate to evolve the database and to update the database schema. We then used Prisma Client to define the seed script. We seeded the database with some initial data. And then finally, we used Prisma Studio in order to interact and view our data from the browser. In the next step, we're going to see how we can use Prisma with Next.js. Part 2, Next.js and Prisma. In this part, you're going to see all the ways that you can use Prisma to serve your data needs with Next.js. So this brings us to all the ways that you can fetch data with Next.js. And essentially, there are 3 ways. At build time, using static generation with get static props. This is suitable for data that doesn't change often, like a blog. You also have the option to fetch data at request time using server-side rendering with get server-side props. This is really useful for highly dynamic data that you want fresh for every request. And finally, using API routes with client-side fetching. And this is really useful if you want to extend your client-side functionality with some more data. And the good news is that you can use Prisma with all of these 3 approaches. So let's take a look at the code. Here we have the same schema that we've defined before and a Next.js app built and based on it. And here we have the index page that we can see here. And as you can see, I'm using get static props and I'm making a Prisma client call in order to fetch the posts ordered by ID in descending order, which will ensure that the most recent ones show up on the top. Also worth noting that here I'm using the same type that is generated by Prisma as the type for the props, and this ensures that we have end-to-end type safety. So for example, if I try to log one of the posts, I get the same auto completion as we get in the client side. So that was our index page, and we also have the page to show individual blog posts. And for this, we're going to show the server-side rendered version and the equivalent code. And here we're using get server-side props, which means that it will get rendered for every request. And here we're using the find unique because we want to get a single individual blog post. We're also taking the ID in the URL parameter and using that to narrow our query to an individual blog post. And you can also see how I'm also including the related comments ordered by their ID in ascending order, which means that we can, in a single query, Prisma client query, we can fetch both the post and the related comments. Finally, we also have these likes functionality that allows you to like a page, and this is using API routes. And for this, let's take a look at what the endpoint looks. And so here we have this handle function, and here we use the prisma.postUpdate method in order to increment the number of likes by 1. And so those were all the different ways that you can use Prisma to fetch your data. And I want to make a quick note about another optimization that you can do, and that is called incremental static generation. And the idea behind incremental static regeneration is that it's like a hybrid between server-side rendering and static generation. So the challenge is, if you add a new blog post to the database, you now have to wait for the whole build to finish for that to be reflected. And if you want those changes to be reflected more quickly, you can rely on incremental static regeneration. The idea here is that you define a revalidate configuration option in the get static props. And what happens when a request comes in, it serves whatever's in the cache, but in the background, it goes ahead and re-renders the page. And so that way, you don't have to trigger a new build for every time something in your database changes. So let's go back and take a look at what that looks like in practice. I'm going to use the index page because incremental static regeneration is used for pages that define get static props. And really, it's as simple as defining this revalidate and the number of seconds after which it'll regenerate when a request comes in. And so if I save that, that will ensure that the index page is always fresh with data from the database. So that was incremental static regeneration, another great optimization that Next.js offers. And so to sum this up, Prisma can be used for all of your data fetching needs in Next.js. In the next part, we're going to start looking back at some of the challenges of serverless and how we can solve them with the Prisma data platform. This brings us to the future of serverless in this last part of this talk, the Prisma data platform. In this part, we're going to look back at some of the challenges of working with databases in serverless and how the Prisma data platform can help you solve those. So for this, we have an Ask Me Anything page that allows me to answer questions with voice. The page has been built with Next.js, Prisma, MySQL, and we're going to see how the connection management problem arises. And so this is a very similar page in terms of the endpoints. You can ask questions, you can react to questions by liking them, and also I can go ahead and record answers using voice right from the browser. I love Next.js and Prisma. And I can upload that, and then it becomes visible to users. Okay, so let's take a look at the code for this. So for example, here I have the reactions endpoint that is called every time I click the like. And all it does is it increments the number of reactions. We also have the create question endpoint, which just creates a question in the database using Prisma. And also the get questions endpoint, which is used to render this page to show all of the questions on the initial load. And this is using server-side rendering, I should say. Okay, so when does this problem arise? Well, my database has a connection limit of 40 connections. That means that as many as 40 requests simultaneously can start causing the database to fail, which means that those requests will fail and the user requests will fail. In order to really emphasize this, I'm going to run a load test. And I have the load test defined here. And essentially what this load test does is it makes 3 HTTP API calls to get the questions, to submit a question, and also to increment the likes on a single question. And so to run this, I'm going to open up my terminal. And here I have it configured, and it's pointing to the same URL as the deployed app. And what I expect to see when I run this is that many of the requests will fail. And this will happen as soon as the database connection is exhausted. And I also should say that I'm running 40 virtual users. That means that in this load test, it'll be running this as if 80 users are making this request at the same time. And as we can see, only 90% of the get posts succeeded, 88% of the create question, and 87% to like a question. And so our goal is to reduce this to 0 because we're building production apps and we want them to run reliably. And so before we do that, let's take a quick look at this connection management problem with a nice animation. With serverless, each user request starts a new serverless function that opens a connection to the database. The problem is that during traffic spikes, you will quickly exhaust your database's connection limit. This leads to failed requests and lost data. That's why we've built the Prisma data proxy, which makes it a breeze to use databases in serverless with Prisma. It's a managed service that sits between your serverless functions and your database and handles database connection management for you. That way, you can scale your app without crushing your database and without user requests failing. And today, it's available in early access at cloud.prisma.io. Now that we have a solid understanding of the connection management problem with serverless, we're going to import our project into the Prisma data platform and then create the Prisma data proxy and see how it can solve the connection management problem, and hopefully we'll do another load test and see how all of the requests succeed. So let's go and open up the onboarding page. I'm going to name this project AMA Prisma. I will import the repository and tell it to use the main branch and define the schema path. And I'm going to use the existing database and set it to the Frankfurt region. That's great. The connection string for the data proxy has been created for us, which means we can go ahead to the Vercel configuration page and update the environment variables. So we'll copy that over, and I will open up my environment variables page for the project. And here you can see we have this database URL, and we want to look at the production one. And so we're going to go and change that to use the Prisma connection string and save that. And we will also need to update another one called the Prisma client engine type to tell it to use the data proxy. And I should note at this point that by using the Prisma data proxy, you're actually making the serverless function even smaller because the Prisma engine doesn't need to be packaged with it. Okay, so now that I've gone ahead and updated these environment variables, I can redeploy the app. And let's look at the main one, the production, and we'll redeploy it. And this will use our new connection string. Now that our build completed, let's check it out. So let's first open up the app. And as you can see, it's working. It's also showing all of the questions from the load test. And let's run a load test now to see if it still runs perfectly and if there are any failed requests. And as we can see, all of the requests succeeded. We just saw how the data proxy helped us solve this connection management problem, and I'm excited to share that you can try it out today. It's available in early access at cloud.prisma.io. And if you have any questions, be sure to go to ama-prisma.vercel.app and drop your question. I'd be happy to answer those. But wait, there's more. Database connection management in serverless is tricky, and as we saw, the Prisma data proxy solves this problem. But the Prisma data platform offers much more than just a data proxy. Let's take a look at some of the functionality it gives us. So here we have the Prisma data platform, and what you can see now is the data browser. And the data browser works very similarly to Prisma Studio, except that it's hosted and that it allows you to invite collaborators to view and also edit data in the database. So for example, here I can update the status of questions, I can look up the users in the database. In addition to all of this functionality, I also have the ability to write queries right from the Prisma Cloud platform, and this is using this query console. So if I open up the query console, I can issue, for example, a query to find many AMAs. And here in this query, I'm selecting just the ID and the question. And of course, I could also use order by here. And even here, you get the same auto completion that you're used to. So for example, we could order it by created at in descending order. We could also order it based on updated dates in any order that we like. And so this is a bit more of the Prisma data platform. And of course, we have a lot more coming in store for you, so stay tuned. Before I leave today, there's one more thing that I'm excited to share. And that is, I'm excited to announce that Prisma ORM is the first ORM to support relational databases in Vercel Edge middleware and Cloudflare workers. Here's the thing with serverless runtimes. As we saw, connection management with databases can be challenging. And while the Prisma data proxy solves that problem, there's another problem, namely cold starts. Initial requests to serverless functions take time to load, which leads to bad performance. Today, with the advent of Versal Edge functions, I'm now excited to share that it changes, because you no longer have to wait. And so, I've already implemented a middleware function in this AMA page to show the number of visitors. So for every request that is sent to this page, a middleware function updates the number of visitors. Let's take a quick look at the code for this. So here we have this middleware function, and as you can see, the structure is a bit different. This is because it's using Cloudflare workers under the hood, which is a completely different runtime that doesn't rely on Node.js. Here, we make sure that if it's the root path, we continue, otherwise we just continue with the request. And if it is the root path, we'll take a hash of the IP and then store that in the visitor table. We also have the visitors endpoint, which lists a count of the number of visitors from the last 5 seconds. The last 5 minutes. And so this allows us to provide this rich functionality with no compromises on load times. And in the near future, we expect to see both server-side rendering and static rendering to also support Versal Edge functions. And so I couldn't be more excited to try all of this out, and I invite you to try this out. Support for Versal Edge is now in early access, and you can try it out today. Before we wrap up and I leave you, I'd like to summarize what we did today. In the first part, we looked at how Prisma is the easiest way to work with databases. In the second part, we learned about all of the different rendering techniques and ways that you can use Prisma with Next.js, and how Prisma is your perfect companion if you're building database-backed Next.js app. And finally, in the last part, we looked at some of the connection management problems and the future of serverless and databases with Prisma. And so, before we leave, I'd like to thank you for tuning in today. And I'd also like to thank our community for having been with us on this journey and trying out Prisma and providing us feedback. This wouldn't have been possible without you. And so thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I am Saad, and today I am going to talk about the elephant in the room, a particular asset of your website that is responsible for making it either slow and crappy or super fast. Yeah, I'm talking about no other than images, and how if they are not optimized, your site's performance literally goes to hell. So before I begin, let me introduce myself. My name is Saad. I am a senior year computer science undergrad student currently working as a student expert at Rapid API. I am a huge fan of what open source stands for, and I love building open source softwares. In fact, I have personally authored 20 plus open source tools that are used by thousands of developers out there. I love giving back to my community. My love for it took me to get accepted into different community-based programs at Google and Microsoft. If you want to reach out to me, I am most active on my Twitter, and you should also definitely follow me there. So now let's talk about image optimization. I have built this small demo using Next.js with simple HTML image tag and then the image component of Next.js. In using this demo, I'm going to show you how the simple image tag works, what are some of the disadvantages of using the image tag, and I am also going to show you the working of the image component of Next.js and some of the advantages of using the image component over image tag. So without any further ado, let's jump in. So I'm going to click on this image button. It is going to take me to another page where I am loading a bunch of images using simple image HTML tag. So I'm going to click on it. You see that there are a bunch of images in here. They are being loaded on the screen. By the way, all of these images are being taken from unsplash.com if you want to visit. So I'm going to go back up there. So there is how it works button. I'm going to click on it. It is going to take me to this page. So let's take a look at the inner working of image tag. You define the source and alt attributes of image tag. The client requests the server for the image using the provided source. The server sends back the image in its original format. For example, if the image is a JPEG, it is going to send back a JPEG. If it is a PNG, it is going to send back a PNG. The image tag then renders the image with its original size. It is not going to take into account the user's browser or the user's viewport. If the user is on a mobile device, it is still going to load the same image. So this is how it works. Let's take a look at some cons of using the image tag. And the server requests all images at once. What does that mean is that, for instance, you have an image at the very bottom of the page and you have just loaded the website and the image is at the bottom, and you don't necessarily want to go to the bottom of the page, yet the image has still being loaded on the screen. The client has still requested the server for that image, even if you don't go to the bottom. Let me show you. If I just go back to this area and open the developer tools, let's go to the networks tab. You see, now I'm going to hard reset this page and you will see a lot of requests here, and all of these requests will be related to getting the images from the server. You see, there are a lot of requests here. Some of them have been successful, some of them are still pending, but yeah, there are a lot of requests in here. Even at the image that is at the very bottom of the screen is being, requested from the server. Even if I don't want to go to the very bottom, it is still being requested from the server. So it is actually wasting users' bandwidth, and it is also at the same time decreasing the site's performance, because all of the images are being loaded, are being requested from the server, which should not be the case, because let's say the user don't want to see the very last image on the screen. So this is one of the problem with this image tag. So let's close this and go to how it works again. So let's go to the bottom of the page again, and you see there is no lazy loading with simple HTML image tag. What it means is that client should request server for an image as soon as it is about to appear on the viewport. It shouldn't request for all the images at once. This issue is basically related to the first one. So yeah, there is no lazy loading with simple HTML image tag. And now let's take a look at the last one. Layout shift occurs. So this is actually cumulative layout shift that occurs with simple HTML image tag. So what happens is, let's say you have a huge image in your website and the image is in the middle of some content. When the image is loading, the content is going to appear side by side. As soon as the image appears, the content is going to move away from each other. So this is called cumulative layout shift, and it is one of the issues that arises with using simple HTML image tag. So this is the image tag. Some of the issues that we saw was there was no lazy loading. The server requests all the images at once, even if the user doesn't even, maybe don't even need those images. There is cumulative layout shift that occurs using the simple HTML tag. So now let's go back to the home page and talk about the image component of Next.js. So I'm going to click on this image button here. It is going to take me to another page where I am loading a bunch of images using the image component of Next.js. So let's do that. You see, this image is blurred. I'm going to tell you about this later, why it is blurred. Almost all of them are blurred right now. If I go back up there, you will see that this image has been loaded, and this one as well, And now if I go down, almost all the images have been loaded. Some of them are still haven't been loaded and they are still blurred. I'm going to tell you about why they are blurred a little later. So let's go through this, how it works. So let's take a look at how you can use the image component in Next.js. You provide the image component with a source, an alternate text, a width, and a height of the image. The client then requests the server for the image using the provided source. The server sends back the image with WebP format. The image component then renders the image according to the viewport. Let's take a look at the component in action. So I have this code here. So by the way, this is the code for this, this application you are seeing. So this is the image component. I have a source, an alternate text, a quality. I'm going to tell you about this later. Then there is width, height, and then again I'm going to tell you about these two as well, a little later. But these are placeholder and blur data URL. And yeah, so let's go back and scroll down to take a look at the pros. So the first thing that you will see is that Next.js optimizes image by adding source set. So what is source set? So, earlier I talked about how, the image tag doesn't care about what the viewport of the user is. It just gives the image in its original size. Next.js doesn't do that. The image component of Next.js automatically adds the source set even if you haven't added it yourself. So let's take a look. So let's go back to the previous page. I am going to then inspect this picture. And you will see that I have a source set attribute here. I haven't added this attribute myself. Next.js has automatically added this using the image component. I can even show you. You see, I don't have any source set attribute. I have just source attribute here. So if I just go back, and I'm going to show you one other thing as well. You can see that I have a file size of 16.3 KB. And if I just show you the size of the original image, it is 446 KB. It's like 500 KB image, and it's been optimized to 16.3 KB using Next.js. So what does this source set do? It actually renders different size images based on the device pixel ratio of whatever device you are using to see the application. Let's say you are on a laptop, then in that case it is going to render a larger image. Let's say you are now on a mobile device, it is going to render a smaller image now. So it is actually optimizing images based on different screen sizes and different screen resolutions. So let's close this now and go back to how it works. Scroll down. So let's take a look at the second advantage now. Next.js image component serves WebP format. If I scroll up, you will see that I have written the server sends back in the image with WebP format. So what is this format? It is actually the recommended image format that you should use in your website. Google states that WebP typically achieves an average of 30% more compression than JPEG and JPEG 2000 without loss of image quality. And Apple has also recently added the WebP format support in the Safari browser last year. So let me show you how the server is sending you this WebP format. Let's go back to the previous page, open the developer tools here, go to the networks tab. Now if you scroll down, you will see images are being requested from the server, and the type of them are WebP. So let's close this and go back up here and go to how it works page and scroll down. So the next thing is Next.js image component prevents cumulative layout shift. Earlier I explained to you what cumulative layout shift is, and with Next.js image component you can prevent this. What happens is, if you are using a Next.js image component, the content is not going to be appeared side by side. In fact, it will have a space for the image where the image will come as soon as it renders on the screen. So the next one we have is lazy loading. What is it? Let's take a look. I'm going to go back to the previous page. So I'm going to hard reload this page now, and you see that this is now blurred. Now I'm going to inspect element this page, go to the networks tab, and now if I just scroll down, as this image appears in the viewport, you can see that the client has requested a server for this image. You can see it's pending right now. And now if I again scroll down, you can see that client has again requested server for another image, and again scroll down. As I'm scrolling down, the client is requesting servers for more images. If I go back up, you can see that with images with 200 status have been rendered on the screen. So this is actually lazy loading. The client has not requested all the images at once from the server. In fact, as soon as the image is about to appear in the viewport, the client is requesting that image. You can see all of these are at 200 status, and all, if I go down, there are more images that are being requested from the server. And yeah, you can see that. So this is actually what lazy loading is, and it greatly affects the performance of your web application. So one more thing that I should add is, if you want an image to appear instantly as soon as the website loads, you can also do that with the image component. All you need to do is provide the loading prop and set its value to eager, and you will have an image instantly load as soon as the website loads. So let's now close this and go back to how it works. So now let's take a look at another advantage. So with Next.js image component, you have built-in responsiveness in your images. Let's take a look at what it means. I'm going to go to the previous page, and now again I'm going to inspect element this page. Let's select this option, and from here let's go with responsive. If I show you now, what happens is, when I have a wider screen, I have this image, and as soon as the screen gets small, the size of the image changes along with it. So this is built-in responsiveness in Next.js image component. And you can also take a look that I have not added anything in Next.js image component that is related to responsiveness, and it is handling this itself. So now let's close this and go to how it works page again. So the next thing we have is placeholder prop option. Earlier I said that I'm going to tell you about that blurry effect later, and this is it. If we go back and if I hard reload this page, you will see that there is this blurry effect here. What's happening is right now the client has requested server for this particular image, and while it is waiting for the server to give it back a response, it is actually adding a placeholder, and I am using that particular image that is being requested from the server as a placeholder as well. So it's being rendered on the screen, and you can see if I just scroll down, there are some blurry pictures, and they are just being rendered on the screen with the original images. Let's take a look at how you can do this in your Next.js application. So I have this image component here. What I need to do is now I have to add this placeholder prop and give it the value of blur. And the next thing is you need to give it a blur data URL. It is going to take the URL of the image that you want in place of the placeholder. So you need to give it the URL of that image. So now let's go back to the how it works page, scroll down, and so we have the last one that with Next.js image component, you can set the image quality of an image. The default image quality is 75. Like if you are not setting the image quality, it is going to be 75 for any image that you insert. The range is actually 1 to 100, and you can select any of the number between this range, and the Next.js is going to automatically optimize your image according to that number. So this is it, folks. I hope you like this talk, and now you know the difference between the image tag and the image component of Next.js. And now you're going to use the image component of Next.js to make your websites even faster than they are right now. I'm going to share the link of this small demo that I created on my Twitter. So if you are not following me there, you should definitely follow me. I think that is pretty much it. Until next time, see ya.
Hello everyone, I am Maedah Batool. I am a developer advocate for content and community. For the last 10 years, I've been leading several content teams and have published hundreds of advanced guides for developers. So basically, I love to translate complex web development concepts into simple mental models. On the community side, I'm serving the official WordPress marketing team as one of their lead representatives. And I'm also one of the DigitalOcean navigators. My most recent work is my ebook, and there is an attached video course to it. It's called Content for Developers at realtime.io, where more than 1,300 developers are already learning. These days, I am most active on Twitter, where I actually create content for developers. So Twitter is like my mini blog. So feel free to follow me and my work there. My Twitter handle is @Maedah Batool. And let me tell you that this is going to be my first Next.js conference talk, and I'm super excited about it. I hope you all are going to have a great time in the next few minutes. Who would have guessed Next.js could be used to write an ebook? Well, if you ask me, initially not even myself. So today I'm going to share the story of how I got fed up of formatting issues and whatnot with Google Docs when I was writing a book called Writing.io that was actually meant to help developers to improve their technical writing skill set. And finally, how I ended up building an entire web application for this ebook with Next.js and WordPress, which is, of course, blazing fast and has a dark mode as well. Coupled with this, there were some my own preferences other than the light and dark modes that included optimized layouts, a performance structure, and this seemed almost impossible to achieve with a traditional book writing framework. So guess what? Eventually, I decided to build it with Next.js and React components. And dang, it was my best decision so far. All of this took care of my front end and of course the book writing experience itself, but I needed a robust solution for backend that could help me maintain my course platform without any hassle. So for me, there wouldn't have been a better choice than WordPress. Now things were getting sorted and my ebook infrastructure was ready to be executed. The final shape was a strong backend built with WordPress, a cutting-edge Next.js powered frontend, and of course a final deployment on Vercel. So let's find out how all of this was made possible. Just in case you don't know, then let me tell you that WordPress supports an out-of-the-box headless API, where I used its REST API to fetch the content. So what I mean here is that I can still use WordPress like we all generally do. For example, using the WordPress admin panel and other related content management tools. But the different part is that now I'll use it only as an API for my content, where Next.js will pull data in to build my website. So going with this headless WordPress approach, it gave me an overall control over my content, and with that came the freedom to build a completely custom front end. However, the process of configuring and designing that front end is generally not always easy. So I'll quickly walk you through how WordPress is helping me maintaining my course platform with Next.js. So WordPress is my database, which is beta tested, and it has an ecosystem of more than 50,000 plugins, which allows me to perform tasks like authentication, roles management, audit logs, and a number of other things. And not only this, I can track and record several other analytics like the number of times my book has been downloaded, which specific sections of the book were more popular in terms of readability and whatnot. So when it came to building a custom front end, Next.js catered the cause exceptionally well. It helped me create a beautiful, high-performing front end. We all know that Next.js prioritizes performance, so my goals which I had for my ebook, they aligned really very well here. So if you ask me, then Next.js offered an exceptional developer experience, which of course sequentially led to a fantastic user experience. There were no formatting issues, I had a completely optimized layout, and again a free web version on Vercel as well. But amidst all of this, I wanted my course platform to outclass itself in terms of page speed and performance, and once again, Next.js perfectly served the purpose. So here's my take about how Next.js helped me write and build my best-selling ebook. Since we all know that Next.js uses automatic code splitting to only load the JavaScript and CSS, so my front end was blazing fast. Had I not used Next.js, the browser will have to download several unnecessary scripts that would significantly affect load times. So at present, if I would share some stats, then my course platform's average speed is generally between 0.8 and 1.5 seconds, which gives an incredible user experience. So I just mentioned that I wanted my course platform to be highly performant, both in terms of speed as well as better search rankings. And we all know that performance is a major factor in deciding the SEO rankings. Sometime back, it was only the page speed that was the deciding factor for the browser rankings. But now, trends have slightly changed. Today, Google has set another benchmark other than page speed as a ranking parameter, which is called as Core Web Vitals. So when I decided to opt Next.js, I was truly amazed to find that Next.js is fully compliant with this new feature set of browser rankings as well. And today when I analyze my site traffic, it's more than 60% from the organic search. So this means that Next.js is helping me climb all those important search ranking steps. Just in case if Core Web Vitals is a completely new concept for you, then let me quickly explain the three metrics on which it is based on. So here are these three. Last contentful paint, which is the LCP, and it's the time to get the largest element on the page visible within the viewport. Next is the first input delay, the FID, And it is the time when a user first interacts with a web page after entering it to the time when the browser can start processing that interaction. Imagine like signing up for a newsletter on some website. And last is the cumulative layout shift, the CLS, and it measures your site's overall layout stability. These three metrics measure your site loading, interactivity, and visual stability. So I wanted all of this in my web application. This means that if my website could get an impressive score for these three parameters, it would ensure a smoother web experience both for my users as well as for my SEO rankings. Generally, what happens is that whenever you decide to jump to some new framework, they are notorious for having like steep learning curves. Honestly, Next.js didn't give me a tough time at all. It is designed in a way that makes it super easy to use. There are so many features that are just integrated automatically, like compilation and bundling. Like I've mentioned, my Next.js based ebook app has both a light and a dark mode. I just created an automation that allows me to render light and dark mode PDFs along with other formats like EPUB. So here are the performance results by Lighthouse, and you can see they are super impressive. I haven't done much optimization there. This means that without employing any specific optimization techniques, the website is performing exceptionally well. And the credit all goes to Next.js, of course. Here are some detailed performance scores for the core web vital metrics, which are again incredibly awesome. Next.js very conveniently takes care of all my SEO needs. Regarding layouts, React helped me to dissect the web page into series of components. And as you can see in this slide, every possible section of the website is handled via a separate React component. The bio, pricing table, the testimonials, each is built separately. This architecture makes site assembling, maintaining, and debugging super easy for me. And if you want to see the real picture of how my web app renders in light and dark mode, then there is a representation for the dark mode. And here's the light mode. Honestly, let me tell you that when I started working on this idea of writing and selling an ebook, I considered it an easy task that would comprise of a simple Google Docs file, but that was not the case, especially because my target audience was developers. So I completely owe it to Next.js that has helped me refine my ebook altogether to a next level. Developers who have purchased a copy really like the entire experience from onboarding to the final stage of reading. So to sum things up, let me tell you that I am using Next.js both to empower the marketing stack through the front-end landing page and of course the actual web app, which is my ebook that is built with Next.js and React components. That's pretty much about it. I hope you had a great time learning through my experience, and I hope you had this completely new perspective that it could help to build you a cutting edge and blazing fast book writing infrastructure. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out on my Twitter account. I would be more than happy to connect with you there. Have a great day. Peace.
Hi, my name is Patryk Zawadzki, and I am the CTO and co-founder of Sailor Commerce. Sailor's GraphQL API empowers developers to solve difficult problems more easily. We've got strong support for omnichannel, we offer an open source and cloud option, and Sailor is in production at global scale. It's also the world's most popular open source commerce platform. Today, I'll explain why headless commerce emerged, why modern complexities require a headless approach to commerce, and how commerce APIs, like Sailor, can leverage Next.js for better performance. I started commerce development in 2009, and at that time, the platform seemed to have commerce solved. The monolithic approach, with one massive backend rendering a single frontend, brought lots of efficiency. Platforms competed at being feature-rich, one-stop shopping for all things commerce software. But the architecture requires innovation to happen in-platform, and as platforms fell in and out of favor, teams had to either wait for new innovation to come from the vendor or face the time-consuming and expensive re-platform to the shiniest new solution. It was never ideal, but the giant monolith worked quite well until commerce needed to be available everywhere. The future of commerce is decentralized. A headless architecture is the only path to decentralization, which is why brands pushing the UX envelope, like the Lush team, are making commerce choices based on openness and performance rather than on a checklist of cookie-cutter features. Over the years, we moved from architecture that looked like this to building sites that look like this. At first glance, having everything built into a single monolith is attractive, but the accelerating pace of innovation makes it obvious no single platform can keep pace indefinitely. In 2021, feature completeness is a moving target pursued by hundreds of independent teams. So today's best platform is the best team player. You see, headless is not groundbreaking tech in and of itself. The excitement is around what it enables. And what headless enables is rapid adaptation. Rather than replacing a slab of code every 3 years, tech teams can meet business needs on a continuous basis. There's no waiting on a platform. The team is now able to solve its own problems. Decoupling the front end from the back end, with multiple backends separated by concern, gives you the ability to scale, which finally takes commerce everywhere. And headless benefits increase with complexity. Several factors make commerce complex. There's a need to go to new markets quickly, the different currencies, languages, and shipping providers, but also regional requirements on everything from business ops to marketing tools to social media platforms, and even opinions on what makes great UI vary by region. So keeping commerce fresh means constantly changing requirements. And the complexity of modern commerce means platforms must become more sophisticated. At Sailor, platform sophistication means leveraging innovation from the centralized teams, adapting rapidly to changing commerce requirements, and easing the path to global scale. But global scale means performance is held to the most exacting standards. There is a direct connection between page speed and sales revenue, plus performance optimization means more efficient use of resources, which becomes critical during major events like a Black Friday sale. And performance is exactly what Next.js brings to the table. Let's start with images, crucial to how products are perceived. In commerce, when you look at Lighthouse results, unoptimized images often stick out as a sore thumb, because sending a 30 megabyte image to the mobile user is not what you want to do. You must only send what's absolutely necessary, but what's absolutely necessary depends on the user. It changes with each session, as we must load high-resolution images for higher density screens. We must serve next-generation formats like WebP or AVIF to take advantage of better compression. And we must be ready to support future advances in imaging, like taking advantage of increased fidelity of HDR screens, for example. Ideally, you don't want your staff doing this manually. They'll either hate doing that or not do it at all. Next.js offers a way to automate all of this with the image component and the image optimization pipeline that you can customize. So Next.js will take the source image and generate all of the required formats. And it will also generate the HTML code required to select the optimal image based on the user's browser, screen density, screen size, etc. But even with images out of the picture, you're not yet free of performance concerns, because it's important to get accurate information about your user's experience. So it's not enough to make sure your HTML is delivered quickly, because experience may depend on other external resources and factors. So it's impossible to obtain those metrics on your end, and you must measure where the metrics are available, which is in the browser, with things like network latency, fonts, or external scripts. It doesn't matter if your site renders in 20 milliseconds, if the user has to wait another 5 seconds for the fonts to load. Luckily, Next.js Analytics can collect all of these for you. But to measure, you need to first bring traffic to your site, and no one will visit your page if they're unable to find it. So far, Google is the only search engine that supports React natively, which means by rendering everything in the browser, you could be missing out on entire countries, or even continents, where the dominating search engine is simply not Google. This means we need to do some pre-rendering. And the easiest way to solve this is with static site generation. And SSG does work great with Next.js. Unfortunately, it also has a major limitation. Because every time your data changes, you need to rebuild and redeploy. And data does change often in commerce, because prices change, products sell out, sales start and end, and there's a physical limit to how many pages you can generate. Because if generating a single product page takes 100 milliseconds, then rendering 1 million of those would take more than a day. So we need to take a step back and consider server-side rendering. And now, SSR does solve the problem of data freshness while keeping the SEO benefits of SSG, but it also sacrifices the benefit of only rendering each page once, which can actually result in the site being slower than if everything was rendered in the browser. So a hybrid solution would be better. We could pre-render some of the pages, like the most popular products, and then render everything else on demand. Next.js allows us to do just that by using the fallback mode. The most popular products become part of a static build, so they always load quickly. But it's not a complete solution yet. We still have the problem of data changing, which requires us to discard all of the previously rendered pages. But Next.js can also help with that. The cache invalidation API allows us to only cache each page for so long, and once the time is up, do a background check to see whether the page needs to be updated. Those two features combined with SSR form a pattern called incremental static regeneration. But at Sailor, we believe we can do even better than that. So, together with Vercel, we are working to make invalidation real-time. So you could have very long cache times for your pages, with it changed to the data being reflected immediately. Stay tuned for future announcements around this area. And Next.js solutions to hard commerce problems like image optimization, UX metrics, SEO, ISR, and soon-to-be real-time ISR are important enough when you're on a single website, but in our omni-channel world, with multiple teams working on multiple storefronts, all those people constantly updating the information necessary to render your pages, using Next.js to move towards real-time is essential. But real-time cache invalidation is not the only thing on our radar. Today, Next.js announced another feature. Edge functions allow you to process requests even before they reach the server. And for commerce, that means easy A/B testing. It also means an easy way to gradually roll out features based on either time or geographical area. But as my time here is limited, I've only scratched the surface of what Next.js makes possible. So, key takeaways. Modern challenges mean a more sophisticated approach to commerce. First, it must easily incorporate innovation from decentralized teams. Second, it must adapt continuously to business requirements. Third, it must deal effectively with the new omnichannel commerce everywhere reality. And finally, it must deliver breathtaking performance. Sailor handles the decentralized, continuous adaptation, and commerce everywhere requirements with its vast GraphQL API, sound apps architecture, and powerful omnichannel features, but truly breathtaking performance requires Next.js. Together with Next.js, Sailor delivers the most sophisticated solution to modern commerce. And like Vercel, we're building in the open. But as a developer, I know you'll want to test that claim yourself, so we've made it easy. You can go to sailor.io/Next.js2021, where you will find everything you need to get started, from a comprehensive Sailor tutorial to a complimentary Sailor Cloud Sandbox environment. And more on non-technical Sailor benefits, like a dashboard your team will love, a cloud option with easy-to-understand pricing, and details on cloud support options. I'm going to leave you with a quick run through our tutorial, which shows how to put the concepts I've discussed in practice with Sailor and Next.js. Even if you lack experience in commerce, you will be able to follow along at your own pace. You'll start in the command line to install the necessary components. Then, you'll learn how to use Sailor's powerful GraphQL API. One thing you will notice right away is that Sailor handles a lot of the complexity for you, freeing you to focus on vital UX components like beautiful product pages and lightning-fast search. Finally, you'll implement the Next.js optimization techniques I've discussed previously, like image optimization and ISR, to achieve truly breathtaking performance. Together with Vercel, we're building the future of commerce. Thank you.
Hey y'all, my name is Lauren. I do DevRel at Sanity.io, and we're a platform for structured content. We help you manage and deliver your content however and wherever you need. It can replace a traditional CMS and let you treat your content as data, and so that you can flow it over APIs. Today, we're going to talk to John Wheeler, and he's a senior product marketing engineer at InVision. He's been working with Sanity since around 2019. And he started to modernize the InVision marketing stack, beginning with the legal pages and then moved on to some other things. So John, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Excellent.
Yeah, happy to be joining you here. I'm excited. I'm always excited to talk about Sanity. Yeah, as she said, I work at InVision. I've been here for since 2015, 6 years now, over 6 years. I've dealt with a lot of stacks, and I'm confident I'm on the best one ever.
Awesome.
Yeah. Well, thanks Sanity. Thank Vercel. But my role in marketing, senior product marketing engineer. It means that I touch everything in front of the login screen, and I'm a part of a very small team. It's myself. It is my manager, and believe it or not, it's only one other person that I actually found in the Sanity Slack group. I sourced, if you're not a part of it, go to slack-io, Slack/land, be a part of that community. I'm in there. If you have questions after this, you can ping me in there.
You're great. Maybe you should come on the DevRel team. That's awesome. That was good.
Sorry, you tripped me up. I didn't think.
I'm sorry. You want me? I won't ad lib in there.
No, it's fine. Are you going to keep that? Are we going to keep that?
We might.
How do we come back into this? Maybe just start showing my screen and I'll just start talking. So here's my Twitter if anybody wants to follow me, and definitely join the Slack group I just mentioned. Here it is. It's a very helpful community. It's helped me a lot, and I've even met some friends and hired some employees there.
Excellent. I agree. We have a fantastic community.
In the overview, I want to touch base on a few of these things here. How do you convince your manager that you needed this stuff yesterday? Because it's not easy to do, because he's got to get buy-in, and then, their manager's got to get buy-in, and it goes up the chain to all the execs. So we're going to touch base on that. And then I definitely want to leave you all with something that is, your confidence level is going to be high to start in on Monday. You're going to be able to take something away from this and be like, yeah, I'm going to start on this Monday. You know what? Maybe we could start it over the weekend. Go for it. That's what I did. And then I'm going to cap it off with some real world examples that we use here at InVision, and that really helped me change the way in which we rapidly launch content, web pages, the whole shebang.
Excellent. So to get us started out, can you talk a little bit about some of the problems and challenges you had to solve from the outset when you first started?
Yeah, great question on background. How did I get here? And it's interesting that this is a Next.js and Sanity talk, because it was Next.js people that brought me to Sanity. And what I did was I went to Tim, the maintainer of Next.js, and I said, hey man, I got this huge problem. I got all these stacks, and some of them were Next.js, some of them weren't. Some of them were even older than that, some legacy code from when I started back in 2016. And I need to get away from this structure where we're trying to launch web pages super quickly. We've got these headless WordPress instances, and it's kind of this broken process. And I need to streamline this. I need to overhaul this whole marketing stack. What do you suggest? And he just said, hey, if you're looking at, new CMSs, have you looked at Sanity? And I said, I've heard about it, but finally, this was word of mouth confirmation. Oh. So I got connected with CEO of Sanity, and bam, I'm here today.
Awesome.
Yeah. But in reality, and I kind of touched on this, is we're expected here to launch things within 2 days. And I completely agree with this. I think you should be able to launch a full-blown landing page in 2 days tops. And, well, now we can. So we had this struggle of, well, why does it take you a month? Well, it takes you a month for a lot of reasons. But now, no, we don't have this problem. I can launch you a website in 10 minutes while we're on this call.
Right. Is there like a sort of repeated pattern that's happening on these pages? Is it the same similar content types, if you will, happening on these landing pages or other pages?
Yeah, it's a great question about using a CMS and whether that puts you into this, creative box. You're stuck in there, and then all your pages look the exact same. And that's a huge problem to have, especially when you're trying to move as a dev team. You need velocity as much as you can. And then you have designers, and I've worked with some of the best because I work at InVision, that want like this incredible experience every single time. They don't want a templatized, way of doing things. And I don't blame them, because that's not fun. That's not fun at all. That's not a good experience for your users. So the answer is no, it doesn't need to be that way, but that's because of Sanity. And when I started looking into CMSs, the CMS world, it's super saturated.
It is.
There's so many of them now. And when I got to Sanity, I just said, okay, these people are doing something different. And that's what really hooked me in. And I said, I can latch onto this, and I can pull this into my org, and I'm going to figure out how to do this, because this is going to make my life easier. It's going to reflect great on my job and on my team. And it did, and it paid off in a huge way. So no, your pages don't need to look the same, but they can if you want, but don't do that.
How did you start actually working on the project? How did you go about starting this sort of transition to using Sanity and Next together?
I went to my boss and I said, I want to redo these legal pages. And you want to know why? Because I don't want our lawyers coming to us asking to change the verbiage. And I also don't want to be held accountable for that. So I was like, you know what? The lawyers will love this. So in my free time, because Sanity was so easy to set up and it was built for React front ends, and although it does all of them, but we have a React stack because of Next.js. I said, let's do the legal pages. Let's get that off. Let's just get that right off my team's weight. And believe it or not, since I've launched it, we haven't touched them since. It's been 2 years. It's been 2 years, and the lawyers are just taking over, which is exactly what we wanted. It's less headache for us. So
right, and you put the power back into their hands and empowered them to be able to make some of these content changes on their own if they need to. Right.
Yeah.
Also, super smart decision, I think, to just start with something that is seemingly lower stakes, right? This isn't a major marketing campaign. This isn't, a major feature.
A privacy policy. Is this exciting, folks? No, it's not exciting at all. But what is exciting is this wasn't attached to a campaign. So when we were first starting out on Sanity, if something went wrong and, the site blows up, it wouldn't matter on this. If the privacy policy goes down for 10 minutes, it's not going to matter because it's not attached to anything really specific there. So I just picked something that it wouldn't have a huge impact on and started to get buy-in. Once my manager saw this, he was like, wow. And to be fair, and I'll jump into our instance here. This is a great starter project. And the reason it's a great starter project is because you can get familiar with the content block that Sanity has, which is arguably the most powerful thing that they've got if you're going to build a landing page. No, this is not a WYSIWYG. No, it's not a kitchen sink. This is a WYSIWYG on crack. It absolutely is. But so you're building, even though these are legal pages, you're learning all the tools you need to do the big stuff down the road. And then after that, it's copy pasta of code to then start building your other schemas. If you're not using Next.js or you're not using Sanity, start a new instance of Next.js and go look at examples of both Sanity and Next.js. They both have examples in their GitHub. I use these constantly. Do not Google search and find something from 2017 from Stack Overflow. Go look at their example folders. They're great. And just start building something that, is going to pay down some tech debt in places, but isn't really customer facing. I guarantee you it will pay off in a big way. I'm really proud of this one because this was sick. We were on HubSpot for all of our forms, and our lead generation goes through HubSpot, or at least it used to. And so that's where our contacts would be held and blah, blah, blah. And that's where we would generate our emails, which I used to write all the emails for InVision until recently. But they wanted to migrate over to something that I guess could scale more. They wanted to migrate over to Marketo. I'm not saying that Marketo is better than HubSpot by any means. I don't want HubSpot to get upset here. So my boss came to me and my boss said, well, what if we created this concept where we just decoupled, like, we're very scared to do this massive migration of every single form and the way it's implemented and its messaging, its GDPR requirements. Oh my God, those are big things. And he asked me, he's like, could we do this in Sanity and have this like extra layer that sits between Marketo and us? And I was like, you know what? Absolutely. And so what we created was the concept of an InVision form. And what we've done is we basically, every single form at InVision is generated first from Sanity. And it hits Sanity and says, hey, what are we getting today? And Sanity will come back with, here's the messaging above it. Here's the thank you messaging if you submit it. Here's the GDPR stuff. All sorts of things. Here's the redirect mechanism. If it needs to redirect to another page, does it need to pop up a modal to trigger a download afterwards? All these are stored within Sanity. And why did we do that? Because if all of a sudden a new exec came in and said, no, I want to go back to HubSpot, I mean, I'm fine with it because we've already decoupled the whole thing. Do you understand that? So like it's right. Incredible to be able to say, okay, we're not locked in. So all we would have to do on our entire stack is switch one component out. And it would just change everything. And everything within our CMS and all the messaging that would go around it would all stay the same. I mean, it was quite intuitive to the users. I can get into it here, but we have forms and we have Marketo forms, and then we have InVision forms. We can even turn these forms into landing pages.
What sort of use case or problem were you solving when you decided to sort of decouple your forms and then come up with this whole InVision forms, configuration?
Yeah, great question. It has a lot to do with if you've ever dealt with a forms provider like a HubSpot or a Marketo, they're not storing everything that you exactly need. For example, like the header on top, the redirects. I mean, sometimes they have the redirects and all that. I get that. But what about thank you messaging? What about stuff that wraps around your component? What about the messaging you have with GDPR requirements, which is just such a huge thing? So, decoupling that was just amazing. And this project was supposed to take us, 2-3 months. It took us 1 month. We were way ahead of the curve, and we had such high praise because if they needed to switch a form or change something, it was instantaneous within Sanity. And I understand that you could have probably done some of that stuff in Marketo, but it's not the exact same, because if they want to change messaging involved, well then bam, we have that right in here. We can do all that right in our CMS instance. And I would never want to do this anywhere in any other way. If you run a marketing team and you've got a lot of forms, this is the way to do it. I guarantee you. Yeah, so legal pages, so exciting. But seriously, I promise everyone it was a super hard challenge for me to convince a huge organization to go this route. And that was the foot in the door. So
awesome. And I think, again, like I said before, that was definitely a great approach, a low stakes, smaller project to really highlight the possibilities, I think is what you need a lot of times to get a lot of really strong buy-in.
Yeah, it touches on every little point that Sanity can do and doesn't go too in depth. Like you don't need to add a bunch of plugins. You don't need to customize Next.js. Like out of the box, these two tools are insanely good. Don't modify them on Monday. When you start with them, just use the out of the box features, I promise you, because if you try to do too much, you won't get it done. You won't get the buy-in. You need to show that it was easy and simple, and then that's going to, shake things up a bit.
Can you explain a little bit about your process or describe the content, the general content lake of InVision? Because I know we discussed a little bit about, not just doing the landing pages or not thinking of your website as just landing pages. So can you talk about sort of the global content and the related content and how you reference those together? Or what was your process for doing like your sort of content model, if you will, for InVision?
I think that there's a misconception off the bat with CMSs that they need to be full-blown landing pages, and don't break this mindset. That's the old WordPress days. Get it out of your head, because Sanity is doing something different, as I said. And so when you go into using Sanity, the legal pages, sure, that's a landing page. But immediately after that, I said we implemented all of our forms. Those aren't landing pages. And from there, we were like, okay, well, what else can we do? Let's have some fun. So we started in with globalized content. So every single page in InVision is touched by Sanity in one way or another. Typically, that is with a globalized piece of content. One example of that, our navigation is completely inside of Sanity. I could change it right now and do a preview on you, and you'd see a completely different nav render in a moment. I'm not gonna, but I could do it. I promise you. Another are butter bars. I love the name of these, but they're the thing at the top of the homepage. They're butter bars. I don't know who named them that, but I love it. And
it's magical though.
My boss loved that I was able to get like a stick of butter being sliced right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Icons for the win.
Yeah, we actually have this on a timer. In Sanity, it's on a timer that just have it up between these months and then automatically take down. So these are things that don't need deployments. They just automatically know to come up and come down based on a timestamp that we set in Sanity. Stuff like that is like set it and forget it. We don't want to have an engineer deploy that. I don't want to deal with that. But all these pieces of globalized content are really amazing. I know we don't have forever, but they really did streamline our processes. And some of the big ones were related content. This is where we've got like a 3-up at the bottom of pages where if you're on like the freehand homepage, you get to the bottom, you got like, a 3-up that shows you 3 pieces of content you might be interested in if you landed on that page. I can show you on the homepage here. So if I scroll to the bottom, that right there, you didn't even see it,
okay.
But it hit Sanity in that moment. It just flashed. It hit Sanity in that moment, and then it populated these 3, which are our customer stories, which also is completely inside of Sanity, which I can touch base on that. But this idea of global content, break out of the mindset that you need to build a full landing page and you need to have this very hard. That's a hard task to come up with all your components and all that stuff. Don't do that. Put it this way. If you were doing a landing page and you had 100 of them and the person had to manually enter what the closer information was and what the link was and what the image is, that's not smart. So we make globalized content so that they can just reference it on the homepage or wherever it is. They'll just say, oh, no, I want you to use the, let's see here. I want you to use the inspect closer or the freehand closer, something like that. The freehand refresh closer, which is the video. That's the one I want to grab. So we've got all these things loaded in here, and it makes the editor not make mistakes, which we've got to do. Yeah, customer stories. We've got some great ones in here, and this is definitely was my first time doing full page. Like, this is Sanity all the way through. All the images are rendered out from Sanity, all the text, all the content, all these components that I was able to stack. The testimonials here come from a global content bank of testimonials. We have a whole bank of testimonials so that we don't rewrite them. We just grab a testimonial that we need. These images are all done via Sanity. And they've got that nice fade in effect because so
lazy loading.
I would say the most exciting piece, though, one of the best examples of using Sanity for the entire site is the freehand LP. I can build you a full-blown landing page right in here. This page comes from this section. Believe it or not, these are all components that I made that you can customize using Sanity, including this text here. Just to prove it, I had a little demo going. I'm going to preview this. Let's combine Next.js and Sanity. I mean, that's awesome. And you're probably thinking, well, why did you even need to do that? Well, we need to do that for lead generation stuff. We actually do use this page in different formats for dynamic content. So we will duplicate the page and slightly change the verbiage, push it towards a different audience, and see if we get a better generation of leads. I mean, that's just smart, right?
Right.
So, Sanity enables us to do that instantaneously. As an example,
you sort of automated your workflow a little bit in a lot of ways.
Oh my God,
this is really, really cool.
I still let people think it takes me forever, but it doesn't, because you know what I mean. As an example here, I'm going to go into the use cases block, and I'm just going to go to the default content, and I've got this component called SVG words and lines. And I'm going to change this to my full name, which nobody calls me but my mom and dad, and do that. And if I, let's see, preview this, it should change that whole animation, because these types of animations are usually baked right into the page, you know what I mean? But yeah, now I've got this thing that's circling my name, and I just caused that by adding brackets around John.
Yeah.
You know, it's cool stuff like that I'm like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Like, just, you want to change the word? Let's do it. It's not going to be a headache anymore. You know what I mean?
Right. And then do you do any kind of like A/B testing with this, or testing with customers to see
what
they prefer? That's awesome.
Yeah, we definitely will. We'll have different versions of different pages. We have the ability to add dynamic content blocks in here that are run off of URL flags. So if you have a URL param, if you have like a different param that says persona equals designer, it can show you a completely different freehand page, but on the same exact page. It allows you, it gives you the freedom to build these rich experiences without limiting your designer.
Right.
You don't want to fight with them anyways. You want to give them what they want, because it's going to be a better user experience. So thank God for Sanity. When you see what it's doing, you'll realize, okay, this is perfect, because it's so easy for your front ends that are probably JavaScript based to consume. It's dead simple. You don't need to parse HTML and spit that into props and all this stuff, which is probably not going to happen in a good way anyways. So, I mean, that's what I'm talking about when I said, oh my God, this hits it. I've got to get this into the organization. And I mean, the impact that we've had is just insane. We're talking real world examples here, and my boss and I really do tag team this. He helps come up with the ideas, and I help engineer them. But he was on a meeting with his execs, and they were like, all right, we're doing a kickoff for a project. and I can't tell you what it is.
Okay.
And they're like, you know what, we need to have a landing page ASAP, Brent. And he's like, okay, what's on it? And so he opened up Sanity while they're on the call. He's not showing them. And they're like, we need, this type of a hero with this type of a closer, and we need an FAQ section. We need this type of a video. We need a river with all these different assets pulled from all these other pages. And within 2 minutes, he posts the link and says, like this. And they're like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, can we launch that? Can we launch that now? And he's like, I can launch it. It'll be up in 5 minutes.
That's sort of the advantage, right, of having your content as data and being portable, right? Because in modern organizations, there's lots of input, there's lots of output, and that changes all the time. So you need your content to be able to move with you. If you were to get a new, presentation platform of some kind, your data would need to flow with you. And if you didn't have this sort of decoupled structured content approach and everything was hard coded, it makes this sort of, omni-channel life we're living as, people in the modern world, like so much harder.
Absolutely. You hit the nail on the head there. Absolutely. Like, Sanity doesn't need to be about landing pages. We've made it about landing pages now, and we're going to continue. But it doesn't need to be. If you've got a product, here you go.
Yeah. This
is what you need to be using. Especially for like all your third-party stuff. I don't even think I mentioned it, but like, if you're a developer, and chances are your website has Drift on it or some type of a chatbot. And well, Drift is a heavy offender of bloatware. It's a heavy script to load. And so what I did, and I will credit my boss, he told me to do it, as he said, I don't want it to load. I want you to create me a fake Drift in Sanity, and then once they show intent, I want you to load Drift in its place. Drift doesn't load till I click that button, and then once it clicks that button, it loads in its place. So we're using Sanity to save page weight and page speed, which increases Lighthouse scores, which increases SEO scores, which increases revenue in the end, because you've got to get the best search results, right?
Right.
So.
And I think it's really cool that you seem to have built in a lot of custom just configuration setups for yourself too within your studio, because I've seen that throughout the studio when you've been showing it.
Yeah, I would say, look, I think some people watch this and be like, oh, this is a bare bones studio. You're right. It absolutely is, because this is exactly what it needs to be for us to move fast. Sanity is incredible. I'm letting them do the heavy lifting so that I don't have to. And honestly, when I do speak to people, I always tell them, I'm like, if you've not used Sanity, you're missing out on something very special. And I truly believe that. So, and then if you please make sure you couple it with Next.js, because it really is a match made in heaven. I mean, because we don't necessarily, I was hitting on some of it. Everything's server-side rendered. Everything's out of the box. I mean, back in the day, we had to like customize the entire stack. You don't need to do that. Just install Next. They've got all the features you need.
So this was really cool. I think it's super exciting what InVision has done with Sanity and Next. Do you have any sort of final thoughts about either the process or what you did or working with Sanity that you want to share with us?
I think that, I've said a lot of things today. I think just one last note, and this actually came from my manager, and that's why I've got this up here. That's not what he looks like, promise. But we were talking yesterday about Sanity, and he just made a comment that I just loved. We were looking at our website. He's just like, I don't see a single part of our site where Sanity doesn't fit inside that equation. Everything that we're looking to build now, we first say, okay, how's it going in Sanity? Because it's going to make our lives easier. And that's amazing. I mean, that's a game-changing product. It is. I don't know how I'm going to develop websites and products without it. So I just want to leave that tidbit in there.
Hello Next.js Conf. Today I'll be speaking to you about building modern CMS-driven web applications. It's quite a mouthful, but I'm hoping to not have this as a long-winded talk and more of something to sort of incite some thoughts in your heads. My name is Daniel Madalitso Phiri. You can find me anywhere online as Malgambes. I do developer relations at a really cool headless CMS called Strappy. And I put a lot of my techno tracks on Mixcloud as I am a disc jockey, also known as a DJ. If you'd love the resources for this talk, you can go to nextconf-strappy. Right. I want to start here. Let's make the web faster. Well, I see two statements. Let's make the web and let's make the web faster. I want to talk about making the web faster. But before I do that, I want to draw parallels to the British cycling team. There's a really cool story in a very popular book about how the British cycling team became one of the world's greatest cycling teams. All because of one coach and his very interesting approach to or towards getting faster. Rather than trying to improve one thing in a huge way, he decided to, improve everything in the most minute way possible. And I want to draw this parallel to us developers, or us people in tech and what we're doing to make the web faster. So what does it mean to be faster? Most people would think we're already quite fast enough. How do we even get better? I want to introduce you to the concept of marginal gains, which is exactly what I get out of the story of the British cycling team. They decided to improve almost every single thing by at least 1% every single day, every single week. And that had huge benefits for the team, as if you do a quick Google search, you find out that they are one of the best and most decorated cycling teams in the modern cycling era. So marginal gains, to be honest, isn't a concept that us software professionals are unaware of. Marginal gains just mean we iterate constantly to improve with releases, with software, with designs, with workflows. We're looking at what could be a bottleneck, what's slowing us down, and improving it in the smallest possible way ever. And yeah, I bet you'd be asking, great, marginal gains, let's make the web faster. How does a CMS fit into this? Well, it's really not a complicated answer, to be honest. They simply do. I mean, we are talking about the web, right? And CMS is a content management system. You might find yourself asking, yeah, CMS is the web. So let's get into what the web is. And this is just my very creaky definition. But what is the web? Rather, let me say that again. What is the web but a bunch of content identified by URLs, interlinked by hyperlinks, and accessible over the internet? Really, if you think about it, what is the web? And Next.js, let's go back to marginal gains again, is already making marginal gains in all of its releases. We look at Next 10. We have Next Image, of course, support for Webpack 5, the preview releases for real-time previews of your content, more performance improvements. And the same thing happens in Next 10. React 17 support, fast refresh with MDX, image optimization with Next Image, internationalized routing, importing CSS from third-party components, and the list goes on from Next 11, Next 10, Next 9, Next 8. Next has been, for a long time now, improving the web, right? So how do you do the same with the CMS? It's not a very easy answer, but I hope to demonstrate that here. Building with your front end and optimizing for all the edge cases and optimizing for everything is really cool, right? And behind all the cool stuff that goes on in the front end, with all the front end frameworks that people are working on, the front end tooling, it's very easy to ignore a lot of the progress being made on the CMS side of things, the backend side of things. And the concept of headless is one that's not new, but now is gaining a lot of traction because we're starting to see the benefits. And I think that's where it starts. How do we do the same with the CMS? How do we make marginal gains? How do we try and make the web faster by concentrating on our CMS too? I think it starts by realizing that building software is a collaborative effort of multiple teams. And once you realize all the players, all the systems that come into place or that empower us to ship software, we can sort of start to optimize to make those faster, because making those teams faster makes the web faster because we get stuff out much quicker. So who is involved? I like to use this Venn diagram. We have developers, we have designers, we have content managers. And at the center of all those, I like to see headless CMSs. Because developers do their developer thing. You build your front end, be it for the web, be it for other platforms, mobile, wearables. We have designers, of course, who go into the science of how things should look. And then we have content managers who actually go in and enter and put in the content and manage the content so it's in an efficient manner. And headless CMSs are at the center of that. So when you ask yourself, how do we make marginal gains for CMS? You have to ask yourself, how do we make marginal gains for developers? How do we make marginal gains for designers? How do we make marginal gains for content managers? And all that, believe it or not, is possible with your CMS. And I'm going to demo that. So switching over here to our demo application. And what we see here is a corporate starter that we use to sort of demonstrate the value that Strapi as a CMS can bring for building different types of sites. And as we go around the different pages, the pricing page, the contact page, we notice it's flexible. So let's go back and let's start the demo and see how we can make marginal gains, starting with the developer. At the bottom of this, we have a nice form. We'll enter me at maogamvez.dev and click subscribe. This data, of course, gets fed into Strapi. So let's go back into our Strapi backend. We see the email that we just entered. With developers, one thing that they love to have is an integrated environment or integrated suite of tools. And with Strapi, one way that we can take this further is by using webhooks. We could set up a webhook with an external service that can get that lead formation submission and take that on to a third-party email provider. But why would I need to do that when I have an email plugin? I can design and edit plugins with a drag and drop interface. This is one of the community plugins built. I'll have a link in the resources. And you can sort of have different blocks, drag out different content. We can go back here and then we can start adding content. We can add some HTML. We can add a button. And then edit that button text. We save the design and then we can actually send this email out. And all programmatically from the form submissions that come in from our website. So that's one way that we're making marginal gains. We're having all our tools, or having a suite of tools that our developers can leverage and use to sort of make better experiences. And this goes way beyond just emails. We can integrate larger experiences like quizzes, like crosswords, all from data that comes from our CMS. When you go back to your website, you notice a bunch of pages. With designers, let's talk about how we can make marginal gains for designers. When we go to our page here, we have this pricing page, and we can sort of build out pages. So maybe we want to have a lead form for our pricing page. Are you interested in buying? Yes. Let's say sales at acme.hu. Inc. Contact us, I guess that's a good thing to say. And then let's save that. And just like that, back to our Strappy site, we should have a new email form on our pricing page. Are you interested in buying? Yes. sales@acme.inc. Contact us. And this is super interesting because we can, like I said before, integrate a lot of those workflows that I mentioned and have developers do customization, where we can extend the data that we're going from a feature or from a design that we practically put in by pressing a few buttons, which is just amazing. I think we've seen how we can make marginal gains for the developers, for designers. What about content managers? With headless CMSs, one thing a lot of people talk about is not being able to preview data. And here I'm going to mix the marginal gains that Next.js have made with their preview mode and the marginal gains that a CMS like Strappy is making, and demo what previews look like. Right, so let's go to secret and see what we can do and see how we can make marginal gains for the content managers. This is a secret page, only viewable in preview mode. We have some rich text here that says you can only view this in secret in preview mode. And let's say we're making marginal gains for content managers. Let's just add a little bit of something and save that. When we go to the bottom here, we see it's in draft, which means it should not be published on this site. It should not be available. If we go to our main site and go to secret, it should not exist. That's perfect. We have a 404. So let's go back. And then let's use Next.js's preview mode and paste our URL with our secret. Don't tell anyone. For ours is super secret at the moment. So we load that. And now we see our page. You can only view this page in preview mode. We're making marginal gains for content managers, which is perfect. Exactly what we wanted to see. And this is all I could show you in the time I had for how CMSs are making marginal gains for developers, designers, and content managers. Let's just do a quick recap of what we're learning. Great. So, what did we learn? Marginal gains can be applied outside of just developer tools to make everyone faster and make the web faster. And CMSs do actually have a role to play in making the web faster. And last but not least, in all we're doing to make everything faster, we should remember that we're optimizing for the end users. I hope those are great takeaways you can have. You can have the resources for this at bit.ly/nextconf-strappy. And if you'd like to find out more about the marginal gains that Strappy as a CMS will be making very soon with our V4 release, you can go to strappy.io/V4. And if you'd like to join me as a team, or join us as a company, we're hiring. If you go to strappy.io/careers, you can find a lot of openings. And you can come by our booth and talk about a lot of the things that I demoed. We're sponsoring Next.js Conf. So you can come into Discord and look for the Strappy booth, and you can talk to myself and a lot of the other teammates. Thank you so much. I hope you've had a great day.
But welcome, Justin. We're going to jump right in today. We're going to be talking about renderATL. Wanted to ask you a few questions, see what you thought about a few things. And I know the world is wondering how to put together something like this. So I'm sure, we could touch a little bit on that. But go ahead, introduce yourself, tell the crowd what you're into, and we'll hop in.
what am I into? Man, that's a loaded question. So yeah, my name is Justin Samuels. I'm the founder, CEO of Render Atlanta Conference. And what am I into? Food, I guess. Like I
food was hitting at Render.
Look, I find the art of buying and eating food a scam, because when you don't have food, you are sad. Then you have the money to get the food and you're happy. You're on the way to get the food and you have the food, you're happier. You're eating the food, you're at your happiest, and then it's all gone and you are sad again. So I call that an infinite feedback loop, and it's a scam. So yeah.
I was about to say, and you know what? It's funny. I was not expecting. So shout out to Justin. I forget his last name. Who was chefing for us over in ATL. Yo,
that food was good.
That man threw down on the plate like something serious. I was loving every second of it. And then we hopped right into the conference where the food just continued to be amazing. So I definitely know you got an eye for food.
I was on a call earlier, and a person asked me, what can we expect at Render? And I was like, look, if you would have came in 2021, you would know we had all you eat oxtails. And you know how much oxtails go for? But one particular stat that I always throw out is we've gone through 400 beef patties in a half an hour. I didn't even get one. So,
dude, and the lines were crazy. The lines were insane, dude, to get to that food. Like, I remember I'm sitting in line. Everyone's like, yo, there's like smaller lines over at this and that. I'm like, nah, like I was in line for a lot of that. I think there was jerk chicken in this line. There was a jerk chicken. There was I don't know, a bunch of crazy food. And I remember somebody was like, yeah, like hop out of line. We can go hop in the slutty vegan line. And I'm like, listen, I'm sure slutty vegan is great, but I'm looking at this food right in front of me, and this Cajun shrimp is hitting crazy. I need to get that. Man. So, I mean, the selections were absolutely phenomenal.
That's why I tagged you in that a Twitter post. But the dude was over in like the island.
You gotta chill. First of all, you're trying to Chet Hanks me out here. I'm not trying to deal with none of that. So let me ask you, you know, we all know that it was hard to go through this, you know, with COVID. We know you had to push it back a bit. What surprised you when you finally ran the conference? What were the things that surprised you once it finally started happening and you were, you know, maybe a day or two in?
I'll be honest about it. I did not know nor think that anybody would actually come.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had seen the hype. You had seen everybody talking about it. And I was like, man, they just bullshit. And like, they're not gonna really come. It's kind of like what Drake said on his song called Too Much, where he was like, fuck that, is anybody coming before I go out there? And I was like, man, we put in all this time, all this work. I'm really curious to see if more than 10 people come.
Yeah.
And I knew it was going to be a hit when I seen people pulling up on the Bird scooters.
Oh, like, yeah. Those things were clutch.
Bro, I saw people zooming up, and I was like, wait a minute.
There was always a collection of like scooters at the front of the conference.
And it got to the point even where a Bird, I think it was, pulled up and like dropped off more. And I was like, okay.
No way. Oh, it's lit.
Yeah, man. Like I saw that.
I was wondering why there was like 60 scooters out front of the freaking place.
Yeah, man. Like it got crazy. So just the fact that people really rock with me hard enough to come. Yeah. And like I tell people all the time, like it's easy to get. Well, I'm not gonna say easy, but it's a lot easier to get people to come to anything that is gonna be free, because it's always you could sell 1,000 of those, or way 1,000.
Sure. And we've been in a really weird place where like all conferences have been free because they've all been online, and like people are now used to that kind of like ideology that they don't understand. And I know we talked a little bit about numbers on the Twitter space that we did about how much this costs. People don't understand. And I remember back when I was starting to put together realtime, and I was asking you like for advice on how do I start to get funding? What numbers should I be looking at? Like it's insane. I mean, and above and beyond with Render, because the food, the place, like it was all insane. Like it was way bigger than I think I've ever seen a conference try to do. And like to think about the cost behind that, like I still felt like, and I got in probably in the third round of tickets, so I might have spent like $400 or $500 on my ticket. And I'm gonna tell you right now, dude, every cent was worth it. Like I was fed the whole time, drinks, as much as I wanted, and that was alcoholic and non-alcoholic. I never felt like I had a dull moment. And that was from start to finish. Like that is what really, and that costs money. Like don't get it twisted. A lot of these companies that are throwing marketing events as conferences, and that's a different story. Like this is a community grown event. This is a community grown event for the people. And the thing that me and you have always kind of vibed on is like, we are opening doors. It's all about opening doors. I can get as far as I want to get, but I only get as far as I can get other people. Like that's how I feel. And I know you feel the same. So like, that's what this event really is about. And a lot of these other events, don't get it twisted, they're cool, but they're all marketing funnels at the end of the day. So like they may be free, but they're getting something from you. They're getting your email, they're getting your contact information. They're going to be sending you marketing for the products and stuff like that. Like it's not free, it just feels free because you're not putting any money into it.
Yeah, and they're still gonna give you the old school dried out chicken breast as it. No, it was crazy because
the school lunch feel.
It was crazy because there was other things going on and people started to add us like, man, all that food I'm seeing, why the hell am I still eating bow tie pasta at this conference? They're like, dang, man.
Or pizza, which I always served at my meetups.
No,
it's easy to get that.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong. Like I had to do that like a lot of folks don't know, but I have a background in events because I used to do huge video game tournaments. Yeah. So I used to be doing that. Like
that's where I started, was actually video game communities. That's how I even got into any community building.
Truthfully, I found that to be a pretty interesting link because anybody else that I know that's in this always started out with like a gaming world of like.
That's where community is like. It's like so important in gaming, like because gaming can be hella toxic. You know what I mean? So it's like it's almost like impertinent that you get to a point where you have a community around you.
I'm not gonna lie though, that kind of made me battle tested because I was telling my team like, look, this might happen, fights might happen, this and that, and it was chill. And I'm like, okay, I am so used to people coming from Super Smash Brothers tournaments, real quick. So,
it's true though. People don't play about their fighting games.
Yo, people don't play. Shout out to the homie Nick DeHus. Wait, I'm not his name.
He's still tournament running. That man's still going out and about.
He legit stopped in Target. I seen on Paris's IG and was just watching the new Super Smash Brother character come out. Like, bro, are you
that man is dedicated to the cause for sure.
Dedicated.
Yeah. So like, I think that's an important detail is like it costs money to run events like this. And I know a lot of you can look at the ticket price and some of you may not be able to afford it. Like that's totally understandable. The scholarships this year, we can touch on the scholarships. They were phenomenal. Like that and that's where it starts to like putting your money where your mouth is. When you see these other companies coming in and saying, hey, alongside our sponsorship of the event, here's some money to make sure that we can also put the event in the hands of people who may not be able to afford it.
So I'm gonna make a world announcement on here. Like I always do my show.
I love doing that.
Right. So we looked at the scholarships, and as you know, we had a goal of a first year conference handing out 35. We actually had
did like 70, right?
Yeah. Shout out to all of our sponsors for helping out. Like Gatsby came through, Netflix came through, on and on and on. Shopify too. They came through huge and got a whole bunch of them. But I started to think a couple of nights ago, like, how do we impact more people to come to these great events? And I'm not just calling them a great event because I'm the one that's hosting it. It's like we have all this top tier talent, all these top tier speakers. I don't want it to be a community of if you got the money, you could come. It'll become if I got the talent, I could come.
Right.
And the people that got the talent, a lot of the times that just need an opportunity to be at the right place at the right time are those coming out of boot camps or those who are just now graduating.
Yeah, even like college students, right? Like they also need that help now.
Exactly. So we have not finalized all the details yet but I'm happy to announce that we are going to let any upcoming or recently a graduate of a boot camp or a college attend the conference free of charge.
Wow.
And that includes if you are within a 1 year graduation. Meaning I graduated a whole year ago and I need a job. And
that's awesome.
Free of charge.
That's a hard time. As a boot camp graduate myself, it takes that first 6 months to a year to even establish your identity inside of the community to be able to start getting those interviews, right?
And it kind of came out because talking to Angie Jones, and Angie comment like,
she's the shit.
Building, she's dope as hell.
Super dope.
Angie made a comment like, what you are building is essentially the golf course for people that come to meet up and get connected. Because I know a lot of people. Sure. So I said, if I know a lot of people and I could now lean on these companies to do on the site hiring like they were doing, and so we got so many people hired after the conference, why not just open it up for everybody? So that's the goal now is we're going to get with a couple of boot camps here and there, a couple of schools, and then just say, hey, if you are here, you could come free of charge.
Very dope. That's so sick. And like, I can tell you, so like, for me, and we talked about this a little bit when I was at the conference, like, and even in the Twitter space, for me, somebody had asked in the space, how do you make a conference like Render, right? Like, how do you duplicate the process, right? And we talked about this, and we talked about the fact that you can't. But what I said, and this is where we agreed, you can now show people what is possible. And we talked about culture, and that's like, it's really the culture that makes it what it is. Like I told you, like I was in Atlanta for 3 days and I was like ready to move there. I was like loving, like I was at after the conference, I was hanging with, one guy, Deshaun, Marvin, hung out with a couple of your organizers. And we just hung out. They showed me around to East Atlanta. We went, back and forth, like different couple of places, just because I was telling them, I was like, look, like this is a city that I could see myself inside of. They're like, let me show you more of what you're talking about. Like this place is dope. People cannot duplicate that. But what people can see from this is that you can take a lot of the inspiration from the ways that you made decisions to start making decisions backwards to their own events, their own communities, things of that nature. And you know me, I'm always in the forefront of trying to find better ways to innovate inside a community, because the ways that we've been having to communicate, especially over the past year and a half, have changed drastically from what we're used to. Right.
And a shout out to you, because dog, Discord owe you a whole damn check.
Yo, I've been saying that. Let me be like a paid, like, so, but anyway, I would love to find out if Discord has like an affiliate program. Hook me up. You know where to find me.
They owe you, because we are on Discord because of you, because you came to me like, look, man, we got to get you.
I remember the conversation.
I'm not going to say who, but we got to get you off of that and over here. And I'm not going to even lie to you. I was like, man, this shit is confusing as hell.
I remember
it. But overall, man, like you are on par. Like the way that we innovate as a community is extremely key. And I'll be honest, I've seen conferences starting to become this old, boring monolith of a thing where it's like, I don't want to really go to that no more.
It became too much about the people that were talking and like, don't be wrong. Like everybody goes to events to hear a talk from their favorite person. Like for me, going to Render was to like finally meet the people that I've networked with. And like, I spent all this time knowing these tens of thousands of follower people. And I got to finally chop it up with them one-on-one and learn about them and more about that. But like the conference is not just like a conference, a event is not just about how good obviously the talks have to be great, right? Like obviously the talks and the titles and the workshops have to be great, but all the other stuff in between is so important, and it is left out every time because people don't have the imagination. I think it really it comes down to imagination, because if you think about Render, even when we talked about it way back when we met in New York, right? When we were going to like Etsy and stuff, like I remember talking to you about just like and this is before, I think this is before you were even advertising for Render. This is back when like streaming in color and things like that. I remember we were talking about events then, and you were like, I just don't want to do it the way that everyone else is doing it. I want it to be something that people remember. And I think that you did that.
Yeah. Like the end goal is that you come back and you're like, okay, I thought that they couldn't do any better, but they've done it again.
Right.
And I'm not going to lie to you. I'm already like, Jesus Christ, this is gonna be hard to beat. I mean, you talk about imagination. You see how big my head is. I have a lot of room for imagination. But even a person on the way out, like here's how I knew. And a shout out to my boy Ryan Wilson. He's the owner of the Gathering Spot.
He's got us. That place is sick, dude. The Gathering Spot just as a whole is a really cool place.
No, he gave me some advice, which is good, but scary too. Back in 2020, he was like, you need to focus on making this conference a classic. So we always talk about albums. He's like, okay, the very first one needs to be that one that's always on a repeat all the time.
Yep. It's got to be a Drake level. It's got to be a Drake level concert. Right. Conference.
And it had a trended for 2 days after. I thought, okay, this is a classic now. And then I can talk about it, even as of now, October 5th right now, right? Yeah. But the one comment that a person made to me that got me shook on the way out was, yo, this was actually a dope time. How will y'all make the lanyards better for 2022? I was like, shit.
Damn.
Not the food, not the
real Cuban links, baby.
Yeah. I'm like, dog, the lanyard? I was like, that's a good question. I'll get back to you on that. So I don't know who back to me, but thank you. I was like, shit, that's gonna be hard to beat.
Right. Yeah, and you know what? So I'll bring it back to a couple more questions just because I know we're hitting about 20 minutes now. What I think was really impressive was how quickly you were able to put together websites, mobile sites. Like you really created an ecosystem in which people could really, they knew what was coming, they knew what was happening, and they felt the culture in the websites that you build. So how did you plan and organize? I know you went from a smaller team to like 30 people. What did that look like? What tools did you use? What types of things kept you ahead of the game?
Man, I ain't gonna even lie to you, coach. I kind of I felt like this was playing behind the whole time because I always move with an intensity where you got to be scared at all times. So I'm thinking, okay, I really should have been got that out, Right. So it's good to hear that you had a thought like, okay, a day on top of their shit. Great. Yeah. Perfect. But the tools that we used was one, we use MakeSwift. There are a website, a CMS, a local company, and ATL.
Oh, dope.
So completely React-based CMS. And then honestly, we use a lot of communication via like Discord. Yeah. We use a ton of integrations or automations, I should say, through Zapier. So they're all
Zapier. Discord. That right there. I'm telling anybody who is listening, that right there. And there's a few folks that obviously are in the DevRel game that know this. Zapier, I think it is. That Zapier. Thing, that product right there can change the entire way in which you do community and events.
I have it to a point where, and I'm also speaking at their upcoming conference. Cool. And I kind of touch on this, but I have it to a point where when a customer emails us, it comes in our a Discord. Yeah. That way I'm able to hop on it. Hence why everybody's like, whoa, you get back to us quickly. I'm like, yes, because
that's because it's hitting me right there like a rock in the face.
Right. Yeah. And so overall, just try to find ways to automate your workflow and not be a blocker.
Right.
One of the tools is privacy. I don't know if you ever heard of them. They use little digital cards. But rather than my team having to come to me and be like, yo, we need the card. Instead, I'm like, here goes a digital card quickly.
Oh, to be able to do purchases and such.
Exactly. That way,
without having to give them the actual business card info.
Right. So I follow the agile Scrum mindset at all times. Don't be a blocker.
Right. That's dope. Yeah. I mean, I think that and it's something I think about a lot. Obviously, we talked about Discord, tooling around how you build events and communities, has grown so much over the last, even 2 to 3 years, even before the pandemic, it was really starting to grow. But now the tools are there. It's really just about how you use them. And again, I know I'm going to beat a dead horse with this one, but your imagination of what you can start to pull together is really what's going to help propel you forward to kind of start building your own things. And I'm going to tell you right now, Justin's an open book. I'm an open book. Whenever you have questions about community building, we're here for it, because that's that is what we focus on the hardest, is really just like, how do we empower others to feel like they can start doing things like this?
And just to be honest about this too, yes, I'm an open book. I like to help you, but at the same time, just know my time is extremely limited. I mean, out of the conference, I am.
But even just the Discord, right? Like, but even just the Discord, even if it's not you directly, like the people that you've been working with and the community you've cultivated. Yeah.
Yeah, because out of work, a lot of people think I only work at the conference. Like, no, I'm a
full
engineer at a MailChimp too. So I have a job, and I got this job, and I got some other stuff I do too. So my time is like precious. But I always help if I can. So if it takes a couple of times to get in contact with me, don't take it personal. Just keep trying, please.
For sure. And then I guess, for the last piece of the conversation here, what are you excited about going forward into next year and the years beyond? I know you already told us in the Twitter space you already thinking about 2023 and what that looks like. But you said it's going to be hard to top last year, this year at this point. But what are you looking forward to, and what can you share with us about like going forward? What's going to go on with Render? I know you've been announcing some things, and I'd love to hear about it.
Yeah, so I announced the whole scholarship program for 2022. I could talk about this now too, is that we are going to be doing pop-ups across the country. So
I've seen that.
Yeah, you could catch us in your favorite neighborhood, again, on brand that you're going to expect, which is all the food, the drinks, and the culture that you could just eat at that time. Yeah. But we're going to be doing pop-ups across the country in NYC, Miami, Kansas City, and that was because we were begged to, well, not say begged, but we were told we got to come out there. What else? Detroit, Oakland, and back to DC, and then ATL. So we're going to be everywhere, being out there, popping up. What else?
And are you bringing that ATL vibe to these areas, or are you setting up shop and like how does that look?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I don't want to impose ATL culture where we go.
Right.
It's about the culture of the local,
of where it is.
So we partner with brands that are local to the area.
Love that.
And then when we come in, we let them help us curate how the event needs to flow.
Right.
So it's
Love
not
that.
us imposing, and hence why ATL's version was all about the trap, because that is our culture.
That's the culture, right? Yeah. Yeah, because that's like, for me, like when I think of Philly, like just Atlanta and Philly give me such similar vibes. Like, like the music scene is just so deep, and the people that are in the music scene really care about the city. Like, like that's something that I really love. And I like, that's like for me, when a Demetrius Clark Rain conference comes, like you're going to be seeing Philly rap all day. You're going to be hearing music between. Like, I think you've inspired me to kind of put my best foot forward and making sure that when people come to Philly for anything, that they feel like they came and experienced Philly.
Who are you going to have? You're going to have Pats, or you're going to have Geno's?
So I'm probably not going to have either. I'm going to go talk to a grandma that's running the food truck in Center City, because that woman right there is whipping up the best cheesesteaks in the city. Don't get it twisted. Like, I know everybody talks about Pat's and Geno's being like the go-to, and I'm sure like, for people who are out of state that want to go and enjoy, like, like that's cool. That's great. But I'm going to tell you right now, working in Center City for as long as I did, I'd be walking by these like, little old grandma whipping it up on like 3 different stoves. That woman right there is making the best cheesesteak in the city, no doubt.
I love it. I love it, man. I love it.
Well, dude, thank you so much. We're coming up on the end here. Is there anything else that you wanted to shout out? Anything you wanted to talk about before we dip? I'm sure everybody would love to hear.
Man, I used to have like a whole shout out list where I'd be like, this person, like, now. So if you ever poured into me, helped me, contacted me about some advice or anything, shout out to you. Y'all keep me going. So that should be everybody on that list now. Shout out to you for taking the time to do this interview. Of course. I'm not getting paid to do this, so
I'm here to talk to you, my boy.
Shout out to my team at the conference. Y'all holding me up, so keep on going. It was a long night, so a shout out to y'all, and a shout out to God. Holding me down here. It's hard life. And yeah, man, like just. Again, shout out to everybody.
Shout out to the Next.js conference for letting us sit here and talk for the last like 25 minutes to y'all. And shout out to Lee for connecting us. And and letting us come up here and shoot the crap about, renderATL and beyond. Really appreciate y'all for the time.
Follow us on IG, Twitter is at renderATL. Website is easy as well. It's just renderatl.com. You can find like a render NYC, Oakland, all on there too. And you can follow me at Doug Debugger, THUGDEBUGGER.
That name is going down in history. And you can find me at Demetrius Clark. Come chill with us, come talk to us. Like I said, I'm a little less busy, thankfully, because I don't run 30 different conferences. So if you ever have any questions about community, Justin was talking about how I convinced him of Discord. Discord, if you heard that, you know where to find me for that affiliate. Number two, if anybody in here is ever thinking about moving over or wants to start their own community, you know where to find me. Again, thank you, Next.js Conf, and thank you, Lee, and the rest of the team for having us up here. E-commerce is driving one of the largest and fastest global economic transformations in human history. BigCommerce is a software-as-a-service platform that powers 60,000 of the world's most interesting and beautiful e-commerce stores. We provide everything that a business needs to create, manage, and grow an online store. From the design of that store to the infusion of product catalog, the checkout, and all of the tools that help you market and grow. Our mission ultimately is to help our customers turn their long-term digital transformation into competitive advantage.